mean, for us, it's a pretty minimal cut, but my point to him was just that we're going the wrong direction.
Yeah.
Over time, I was just telling Karen, because it's a flat rate, that cost with increasing salaries in canyons, we're now responsible for over 50% of that cost, you know, but I just said, so I know it's not that much money, but it's pointing in the direction of reducing the program. And I said, we want to put a BTS teacher in every school.
Yeah.
We're going the opposite direction than you guys. So, you know, and I said, I don't need to explain to you how important the arts are in our schools. You teach music at Brookwood, you know how important it is. I know I'm on board. But then we had a discussion about collective bargaining too, so it wasn't the most positive, but
You're right.
it's all right.
He probably doesn't care to hear about collective bargaining.
He didn't want to hear it, no, but I told him.
So is that?
He needed to hear it. I'm glad you told him. What?
Yeah, is that gonna stay that 266,000 cut or whatever it is? Is that gonna-
We'll see. I don't
Professional
know.
development, WPU was taken out of his bill.
Uh-huh.
So his bill is would pass.
Okay.
And then it was read in under the public ed appropriations. So it's still there. It's just being done through appropriations.
Somewhere else. Okay.
Whether we can,
I have a feeling it'll be made whole before it's all said and done. If you read between the lines, I think they're gonna have more money than they were afraid that they were going to have. We're gonna talk about these catalyst grants that they're starting to push up there now, which is $68 million fiscal note. They don't seem to feel like they have any problem funding that. So reading between the lines, I think they may have, I think they are thinking they may have a little more money than we had originally here.
Okay.
I don't want to overstate that.
Aren't the grants coming out of the economic stabilization account? So that's like, now
Yeah.
there's slush fund for pet.
Senate Bill 37, which, what's the title of that bill?
minimum basic tax.
Basic rate.
Oh, yeah.
So that was in committee this week. Representative Elison offered an amendment to it. That we are told, I don't know if you've looked at it, Leon, that should protect us on the interest, although it does seem like we go 30 days without being able to collect the interest.
But it's much better because it does keep us mainly whole on the interest income, which can be pretty significant with rates up high. But you're right, we will go a month without it, but they will dismiss that part of it. The whole bill's bad.
It's a bad bill because it's an end run around the earmark, which is a bad idea. Representative Elison, who's chaired that committee, voted in favor of it, and I have the utmost respect for him. He's got a backbone of steel. We've seen that as recently as last year. And, you know, when somebody like him voting for it, makes me pause and rethink what we're doing. But given the bill sponsor, I just feel like this is a first step in a larger plan. That's something, did you want to add, Karen? Did you raise your hand?
Well, just one point on that one too. The one issue we talked about in JLC is the transparency piece. Because on the tax notice, that basic rate still right now would show as the district collecting that, but that money would go directly to the treasurer, not to the district. So, you know, taxpayers have the idea that you're collecting it and not the state, which that's incorrect. So we talked about that in JLC that, you know, if they're going to do this, then
Transparent.
make it transparent to taxpayers that board's not collecting that. Sorry.
That's okay. That was information. All right, HB 511, which would make any local levy increase voted. That's by Representative Oxier, who, am I saying that? Yeah, I'm saying that right. She took Representative Berkland's place. So she'd just been appointed in January. That bill is 511. It's hard for me to say. I haven't worked on this. I don't know if you've talked to anybody about it.
It's just been introduced, so got
It's
a,
pretty high bill number. And we'll have to see where it goes. We've already talked about the catalyst grants, which is our HB 447, HB 473. I'm not sure. I'm not sure that's gonna make it out of rules. It's been in there for a
Yeah.
very long time. You know, when we're just starting the 5th week, and that's when the end game starts to set up, and the leadership always sets up what they want the last week of the session to be like. You can see that by the bills that sit in rules for a long time and then come out the first part of this week. That's what they're saying they want the session on. So some of these bills, none of them will be dead until March the 7th, obviously. But some of these we're watching this week to see if they begin to move, because those will be the bills that they start cramming and jamming on us in the last week. How about that?
on 473 is the school digital media's amendments by Peck and Stratton is his Senate sponsor, and it's just received its fiscal note.
So that could move sometime in the next, if it's going to, it'll move sometime tomorrow or the next day.
And that provides somebody in the state auditor's office to review sensitive materials for online things.
You need the badge in the hat when
Yeah, I do need a badge.
you, badge in the hat, that was just
What
hilarious.
else we need to cover, Susan? I don't know.
Fees is moving, but I think it's in a decent place.
We can live with it where it is right now.
Yeah, we'll talk about,
And pass. Excuse me, just saying that will move and pass.
Yeah, we think it's doable. Don't love it, but it's a workable solution for us, and we'll talk more about it in our fuel fees presentation. I know it's
Improvement over the current situation. School safety, which we won't discuss. I hesitate to bring this up yet. You guys enjoy discussing. But we have seen, don't want to promise anything because nothing is sure. There has been some softening on the window coverings, and I would not be surprised to see that removed from the final version of this bill. They've started receiving a lot of negative feedback, manufacturers of that it has to be replaced every 5 to 10 years. And so I think that'll be amended out of the final version bill before it passes, which I think is probably the most significant improvement we're going to see coming out of this bill if you're school safety.
Would that take care of all the windows or just the ones they wanted to add for the inside?
My understanding, and again, I don't promise anything because we're not in control of it, but that's going to be completely removed.
And the
That'd be great.
remaining question then is it's been placed as state board rule, not in our board, but in DPS rule. We've got to figure out how those play together. If it comes out of this bill, does that come out of the rule as well, or do we have to go try to impact it in the rule?
Hopefully it does,
You
because
just
the only reason it's in that state board rule is because it was in the original bill that passed last year, but I don't know how that works. So there's some good news on that front. Guardians aren't going anywhere, at least not this year. And I think that's really the only major change that we can expect in that bill going forward. So
I have a question. I know we talked about running a bill regarding violent offenders in school.
It is in committee tomorrow morning.
tomorrow morning.
Oh, good.
We, out of our 8 or so items, we only really got one, but we chose to focus on the one which says we don't have to reintegrate those people, students that have the forcible felonies back into a normal classroom. We do still have to provide their education, so we are gonna have to figure out if they're online or if they go to an alternative school or what that looks like, but it would take and it's kind of already there, but this makes it very clear that they do not have to have the expectation of being reintegrated with the general population.
Right.
Good.
And Susan will be actually presenting that bill tomorrow with her best buddy, Senator Cullum. So you guys can tune in and watch Susan present the bill.
What time?
8 AM. Okay.
Okay, what about Stoddard had an attendance bill? Is that, do you think that's gonna go?
Will it get dropped?
There's a lot of good stuff.
Out of committee.
A lot of good stuff in that bill, but I don't expect it to move very far. He took that from, who did he say? Representative Welton,
Yeah.
who had, represented. The representative he took it from had been told it wasn't going to pass, and Andrew just thought he would try to push it up the hill if he could, which we appreciated, and he's given it a really good shot. He's a great legislator. We love working with Andrew.
Couple other. people.
Oh, yeah.
I just read in Des News about a privacy space bill being run by a Democratic representative. That all the schools would be required to create privacy spaces like in locker rooms, other things like.
That's by Senator
curtains or
Plum.
something. Yeah, any idea where that's at? And
Hold on, but I don't think it made it out. Let me look.
I believe it's still a box car.
No, it came out. It was, she has two. It's like 102 and 202 or something like that. And one of them has been heard in committee and I don't think it moved out. But let me,
But the one he's talking about is the one that, unless I'm mistaken, is the one that hasn't.
the locker room one is the one that was in committee. The bathroom one has not been. I think, I may be.
But I don't think either one of them are gonna. One of them's already dead, the one, other one is EOA, I think.
But we are keeping an eye on it.
Okay.
So
Superintendent?
just a couple too that Charlie can comment on, but one that I think I want to be aware of is House Bill 161. This is the walking route. It increases middle schoolers to 2 miles rather than 1.5 for 6th graders. So you know how sensitive that's been in the past with siblings. And then I don't know if you want to comment on that, Leon, but brings clarity. but-
Brings clarity, it
Cause
was,
some
we
problem.
can still do our special permit process. Stops would just have to be outside that 2 mile radius, if you will, so, we've had stops in the 1.5 mile radius. Where, if a sibling could, or anybody else could apply for the special permit and get on the bus, but now the stops will be outside that radius. Assuming that one goes through, it has passed the House and has passed the Senate committee, so likely we'll go through.
Yeah, that's going to pass.
It does clean up a lot of things for us.
And we tried to change that a few years ago when we first changed that. Everybody told, no, you can't touch that. Now it's just sailing right through.
That's on the plum.
And then
That's on the-
Senate Bill 178, that's the cell phone ban. That's the Senate. And the reason I'm bringing that up is just, and we talked a little bit about this in cabinet today. Traditionally, as you know, with cell phone policies, attendance policies, grading policies, we've left that mostly to site-based decisions. But now with some of these things picking up steam and being a state ban or mandate, whatever you want to call it, I don't know if the board wants to, in policy committee or in one of our committees, start to look at some of these. Our principals would support, and I don't want to speak, some of these guys are here, but I think they would support more language and policy from the district level on some of these. Especially now that we're getting more legislation around that. So just put that on your radar as that gets passed. There's another one too, House Bill 381. This is a high school civic studies bill that would add, it would require more civic studies credit. So that's Welton, I think, too. Isn't it?
Yes.
So anyway, those are just a few that we're also looking at.
Misspoke on Senator Plum's bills, the her bathroom bill requiring the privacy shield, that did get out of committee unanimously 4-0. And is on the second reading calendar.
102 or 2?
That's
105.
SB 105.
The other one is still being held in education committee, and I don't know why that has. But it's still in the education committee.
Thank you.
What's going on with Lee's flag bill? But
It
you got out of committee, right?
That's out of committee.
Has it been on the floor yet?
No, but
No.
it's- every time it gets a vote, it'll pass. I think there's some questions as to whether it might die. Chambers. But every time it gets a vote, it'll pass.
It's 53rd, but it's on.
53rd, they'll probably get to that. Thursday, maybe Friday. Give it plenty of time. Any other questions for us?
The civics one, so can we see if we can get that amended so the legislature has to take the civics?
Yes, because it has all the things they need to know.
I mean, they get to learn about a balance of powers. That would be awesome.
Yeah, I want them to read all of those documents,
Well, I
all of
just,
them. Listed.
just want to point out that I've taken my pleasure pointing out to legislators here that every time the legislature is tangled with the UEA outside of the legislature, the UEA has mopped the floor with. The only time that they have a chance is during the legislative session whenever they control all the rules. We go all the way back to the original voucher bill in 2004.
Yes.
And all the way through this last summer, every time that they did it against the legislature outside of the legislature, the UEA has won. And so, when they did the voucher bill last year, 2 years ago, that's why getting those 50 votes were so important in the House. What we were trying to prevent was so that the UEA would have a chance in a referendum to undo it. But they knew that they couldn't do it, so they made sure they got the 50 votes. Anyway, we don't need to rehash that, but it is interesting, I think. Any other questions for us? Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you so much for all you do. Good luck. You're on the downhill.
That's gonna get scariest.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is the 2025-26 school fee schedule, and Leon Wilcox, business administrator, will present this.
So I've asked Danny Davis, our county director, he's done most of the work on with the principals and secretaries. I'll have him go through this with you. Tom and I have been in a few meetings with our principals and secretaries as well, so we'll be chiming in. Keep in mind, this is based on House Bill 433, the new one that has come out that Charlie and Susan mentioned that likely has passed the House almost unanimously, has passed out of Senate and committee unanimously, so it should be headed to the Senate floor. It's a workable bill. And so that's what we're basing everything on with this. So with that, I'll turn it over to Danny.
Yeah, thanks, Leon. Yeah, like you said, I'm just one of several people that have been working on it. Tom, Leon, have met several times. We've talked to principals and head secretaries, and so what we're bringing forth is, what we've talked about with all of them. This is all part of the process where we're required to, you as the board is required to approve the fee schedules before April 1st, and we'll have at least 2 meetings that can have public input on the fee schedule. So we'll have tonight as the first reading, and then I believe March 4th and 18th is other meetings. So, yeah, so like, let's see, who's controlling it? Can I use this speaker? All right, so before we get into this year's legislation, I'm gonna talk a little bit about last year's bill that passed. Seems like we've been going over school fees for the last 5 or 6 years, and they always have something to tweak on it. But last year, the big thing that happened was the registration fees or activity fees, we used to call it. They said we could no longer charge for that. And so starting this next school year, FY26, so next school year. They did give us some money over 3 years. So we're anticipating that we'll get about $850,000 next year. and then a little bit less for the next 2 years. So that was the biggest thing there, and we're gonna have to consider options there, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. But the other thing they did was they said they established that fundraising is no longer considered a fee. That was actually a helpful thing. Okay, so this year's legislation 344. The main thing here is they want to create a path for a student to be able to graduate without ever having to pay a fee. So they don't want to have at least one option so that they can go through and not have to pay. So, if you're a fee waiver kid, you can always be fee waived. The district pays for those fee waivers. But if you're not on fee waiver, then they want to have an option for you to be able to go through without ever having to pay the fee. Some other things that the bill discusses, it cleans up the definitions of curricular, co-curricular, and replaces it with you either have a fee course or a non-fee course. And they say that the non-fee courses are in those core subjects, the science, math, social studies, health education, and English language arts. So I did a little search on how much we collected this last year in those core areas. And this is probably a little high because it probably includes some concurrent enrollment, things that we could charge for and field trips, but last year is about $100,000. So the schools do have funds, school budgets that they can use for that. These kind of classes that were encouraging them to start using them. So it does, even in those core classes, they are going to still allow for field trips and a few other things like discretionary projects. This is just kind of a snapshot of the funds that we've collected the last couple of years and where we are right now. About $7.5 million overall between all the student fees the last 2 years. We're on pace this year to be about the same as we were, maybe a little bit more than last year. Let's see. So getting into some of the fee updates, I know in the last board meeting, we talked a little bit about some of these items. When we went over what we were thinking about doing for the policy changes. The first one is to increase the maximum from 5,000 to 6,000. We've actually had the high school maximum of 5,000 at least since 2021, maybe even before. And so with some of the other increases we're proposing, and with the fact that we have had a few students over the last couple of years hit that maximum, we're hoping to raise that from 5,000 to 6,000. This year, it looks like we have one student. It's usually the students that are like doing cheer or some other expensive activity and doing cosmetology or something at C-Tech. So those are the main changes were for the high school on the maximum. The middle school, we're hoping that stay the same at 500. And no changes to the elementary other than one change to the non-waiver portion of the schedule. Okay, so
Real quick.
Yeah.
Leon, so do we have clarity on, I'm just thinking about this path to graduation with no fees. Well, I'm in.
So, yeah, that's a good question. So, and under the code, under the proposed bill, it says you do not need to create classes, you do not need to add classes, you just have to create a path. So we talked with Tom, we think we can easily do that.
Well, yeah,
But let's be clear about it. It is discrimination, okay? Because a student won't be able to do band or certain art classes. Now, they may be able to take digital photography that gives them an elective that we don't charge a fee for, but it's not maybe what they want to take, but it provides them that option. So that is the problem with the bill is I think it does discriminate students. It does prevent them from participating in some of the activities they may want to do. So it is a problem. Again, it's not for this upcoming year, it's the 26-27 year. Hopefully they'll look at cleaning that up.
So when they realize that problem, they're gonna come back with, okay, no fees for those kids to participate in any of those activities.
Well, then you get into. And then you go against what they're proposing this year with the bill, so. It's an issue.
So I feel like the purpose is, how can I meet the graduation requirements as set forth by the state without paying any money if I take choice out of it? And we can create a pathway where if you take these classes, you can meet the state requirement, it won't cost you a dime. But if you want to take a class over here, you can, but anybody can graduate and never have to pay a dime if we follow this path. So and we could do that right now. We just haven't written it down, but that exists already.
So on registration, would you actually
Yes,
have that as a column?
Well, actually.
No fee column, you
Yeah,
can go on.
if you want a path to graduation, it won't cost you a dime out of pocket. These are your options.
Sounds great.
Good question. I think I mentioned it, but this has passed out of the House and it's just barely passed out of the Senate Committee, Education. So. Okay, so as far as our schedule updates, at the end of the slides, you'll see links to both our master fee schedules. We have one for the high school, one for the middle schools, elementary schools, which they don't really have anything other than like after school, before school orchestra band type fees, and then also for a CTEC master. And then we also have each school's individual schedules linked there for the secondary schools. And that's where you'll find those schools' fees and also the spend, what they're going to spend the money on. Each schedule has a blue little eye bubble on it. So when you click on the little eye bubble, you'll see what they're going to spend the money on. As far as what we're updating for the master fee schedule, the general fees, we've taken that off from the legislation last year. We were charging $50 for high school, 35 for middle schools. We moved a couple other things around as well. Discretionary items. And then curricular fees, like I mentioned, they changed the language on that. It's now going to be, we're going to call it course related fee. And then the first one I want to talk about is our proposal to increase the class fees, which we've had set at $30 ever since about 2021 or so, to increase that to $35. And that would cover, since then, and also help cover payment processing charges. Talked a little bit about that last time. So that's one of the proposals there. I'll do a little cleanup. Moved 18 exam fees to non-waivable. Just a little explanation on the non-waivable stuff. That's those are fees that are paid to a college or university or credit, college credit, and you could also include like discretionary items that aren't part of the course. So a little cleanup we've done there. Also, the AP late fee is increased from 40. That's so now in the high school extracurricular, we talked about most of these last time. Proposing a $500 increase to travel, apply to your regular extracurricular travel, your national competition travel, and to the CTSO travel. We also talked about a $15 increase in participation to help cover busing transportation. So we incur over $450,000 in costs for busing on these extracurricular activities, and charging $15 will offset a little bit of it, about $75,000. And then this last one would be a we're proposing a $25 increase to the miscellaneous line on all these extracurricular fees to help cover this payment processing fee. Any questions about those so far?
Anyone have questions?
No, we had a little discussion last time about the whether we could just charge it at the end of the bill, but in discussing it together, it seemed to make a little bit more sense just to make it part of the fee. So the class fee and miscellaneous fee, they pay. Extracurricular activity.
Question with busing, I mean, if that's only covering a small portion of it, did we ever? Why $15 versus covering the cost of busing? Did we just feel like that was too much of an ask for our students?
Yeah, I think generally kind of ease into it a little bit, you know.
But so maybe that might
Just
increase.
wanted to see what you guys, obviously the registration fees going away. What does the board feel comfortable asking the parents to offset this? So we're trying to offset some of the costs, obviously, that we're incurring. We could easily go higher. Again, we're figuring, as Danny said, 450,000 is good. We're figuring 5,000 students district-wide would pay this. So we got to where we get to 75. We could go 20, we could go 30, but we just brought the 15 for right now.
Each,
Clarifying question on that. So when you say it's $15, is that,
One time.
I mean, is it one time?
One time,
Like,
yeah.
Okay, so like, their sports activities, each time they ride the bus, it's $15.
No, it's just one time.
it would just.
15 for the
So,
season.
so the basketball team, it's I don't know what it is, but say 200 is their participation fee. It'd be 215. That being said, they have 12 or so away games, but they'd only pay the $15 one time.
So each activity, we just have the bus fee per activity, not per time you ride the bus. That's
Yeah.
why.
I think when the thought was about how much we're comfortable with asking the parents, I think it would be good to see, what they have been paying versus, because we have things kind of in a few different little categories, right? Because, the extracurricular along with the bus fee, I think we would just need to see, right? What's it doing to an individual household? Because I wouldn't be opposed to looking at increasing that, but I'd really want to see what were they charged last year as opposed to this year, because we've got things categorized differently. So it's a
Well,
little,
this is nothing.
Nothing. This is just a way to help.
This is the way to start it.
no, I understand
I
that.
know, you're just saying comparing to all the other expenses they have, adding that one more in.
Yes, exactly. Like the way the fees have been structured this year as opposed to what's going to happen next year. We would need to look at what was the total that they spent, not on busing. I know we've never charged for busing, but you see what I'm saying? And then looking at that, then we could, really address Katie's question of if we feel comfortable increasing it. But until I see what's the difference,
We're just leave it there for now. and-
So we're really not increasing any, so if you could go to the next slide, Danny, we're not increasing. For just extracurriculars, we're not increasing any fee. It's just adding this fee on. So if they paid $200 for basketball last year or this year, it'll be $215 next year, if that makes sense. So everything else
For them.
would stay the same. Yeah.
But they're actually paying less because they're not paying that general fee of $50 for
It's
that.
less.
that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying.
It's $50 automatically versus 15
Yes.
for the bus,
that's what
and
I'm
everything
saying.
else is still the same.
And,
So there's
and
savings.
is there any other little places that we have? We need to really look at, because we got the 50 general, and then we've got what it is for cheer or basketball or this or that. And then we have these other categories. So I would love to see, okay, this is what it would be per family, right? Per household.
Yeah, and the master fee schedule has the list of all.
It does, but this is a change from that's why we're talking about it. It's a change from what it has been, because we've always had a $50 base.
Subtract 50. 50.
Is that the only change?
Yes.
Yeah, basically,
Okay.
I mean, there's a few minor different activity changes here.
I've seen a few little ones, yeah.
But yeah,
Well, that's the only change outside, as we mentioned, the class fee,
Mhm.
okay? So we can still charge for the art supplies, if you will. So that would go up from 30 to 35 if they did charge that. So, but that's mainly capturing the credit card processing.
Instead of saying miscellaneous fees, can we just say card processing
There's
fee?
other things there, that team pictures and
Okay.
other things that
Yeah.
meals that go into that miscellaneous category, so.
So do they have a way of finding out what those miscellaneous fees are? So that little I that you talked about, touch the I.
Schools put in.
Deal.
Charges.
Perfect.
Credit card for us.
Always love transparency.
Yeah, so, yeah, just to reiterate, this is, what I'm presenting here are just changes. So, to the master fee schedule.
Hold on just a second. Mr. Edel had a question.
Tad bit ahead, but, and then just a comment, this isn't targeting you. But in past discussions, it's also been said, check the master fee schedule, and I just want to throw out, that's like a non-starter. Like, people shouldn't say that. Because that's huge, right? And it doesn't let us easily compare data. And so again, that's not targeting you, it's just that was said a lot last year. And so I just wanted to get out ahead of it this year. But I think my thing was, because you put in here, look at increases in fees for future ones. And I just want to throw out there, it'd be great if we could have more frequent but smaller fee increases as we're looking at these.
You can absorb them better.
Yeah, and I think that goes a lot to kind of like what Holly was saying. With, like, what are they paying now? Because if you remember for our last discussion of this, I had a lot of bristling because we went pretty significant. And so my request would just be that we have more fee increases, but a lot smaller fee increases so that the parents' budgets aren't hit super hard year over year. Because like I don't get like a 20-30% pay increase each year, much as I'd like one. So that would be my only request. Otherwise, like what you guys have proposed and the explanations, I love how these are explained on each of these lines. I think that's super helpful for me. Because some of these I look at and I'm like, ooh, I don't like that one. And then you explain it and then I'm like, okay. So I appreciate that. That's super, super helpful for me.
Yeah, good.
I think also one thing that it would be helpful as we look at this is to even see what are the receipts from the high school with certain teams and clubs, because when we look at what we're saying on this schedule and what changes we're doing versus sometimes what's happening in the school, because sometimes very often there's tack-ons, right? Well, we're gonna do pictures and banners and it's this and we're doing this and that. So it is difficult, I think, for us to get a very accurate picture of what the fee is per household with a lot of this. And so, and some of those are, I know, optional add-ons, but kind of they become, it's hard. It's a difficult, we're in a difficult spot.
Yeah, we really push it that there's no optional add-ons.
Yeah.
If it's not on the fee schedule, it cannot, we don't say should, it just cannot be charged. So I'm not, so we, now to say there's,
Then.
but if there's something specific going on that we need to know and talk with the principal and secretary, but that's, we really try to emphasize that.
So then let's talk about it for a minute openly. So we do have banners, varsity banners in every sport that are hung like in football stadiums, and that is not on our fee schedule. But to discontinue that tradition would probably be upsetting for a lot of athletes and families, but that is an additional charge.
So is that the students' like number and name was?
So it's the students, it's a picture and it's displayed in the gym or in the football stadium. You know, and that doesn't seem like unnecessary frivolous to me, right? They're honoring these kids that are seniors that are playing. You know, there's, you know, some things like that. that, I mean, we cannot talk about it and just be like, it doesn't happen, but it really does.
We really need to probably put that in the bubbles, if you will, and say.
The miscellaneous category.
If it say gifts and awards, it should say gifts, probably senior
Yeah.
recognition or something.
This
'Cause
is,
that's really what it is.
yeah, this is kind of how I feel. I kind of feel like we have this fee schedule and it's
Thank you
here
for
in this
diming you.
bubble. It's here in this
Not
bubble,
nickels
and
and
then what happens in the school is different. And so when I'm saying we really need to look at what the cost is per household, this is not an accurate portrayal. I do not believe.
So anything that comes across the counter and is receipted, will tell you they do a really good job of sticking to the fee schedule.
Yes,
A lot of teams do include banners in the participation fee or the miscellaneous. We can't account for Joni that lives down the street doing a Venmo
Sure.
collection to go buy
Sure.
some banners for the team.
sure,
If we find out about that, we can address it. I'm not saying that still doesn't happen, but I think. we
Sure.
can. But I can tell you that we do review these accounts. In fact, we've given refunds. We collected
Yes.
money for food and they didn't actually buy food, so we sent all the teams their food, the players their food money back. I think
yes,
schools are doing a really, trying the best they can to do an accurate accounting and stick within this fee schedule. As far as everything that comes across the counter, and if
Yeah.
anything's going on behind the counter,
yeah.
we need to tell the principal.
Yeah. Well, and some programs, they're very good about too, okay, we're gonna use fundraiser money, so we don't have to charge any other families. My sons have participated in that, right, with the basketball. But but then I'm hearing about my friend's daughter that's in a different, club at the school, and it's kind of attack on where moms are gathering money, so I don't know if we wanna address that, but
It should all come across the counter.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a policy discussion.
Well, it already is policy.
it's already in policy.
Parents aren't accountable to policy is the problem.
Well,
Yeah.
no, I think what Holly's addressing, and I've seen this happen, maybe, I think there are honestly a lot of well-meaning parents who
Yeah,
don't know that that's the policy. And I don't think that that's effectively communicated, okay? Or they've kind of come into it and they've just seen things happen and they just assume that that's how things run. I don't know how we can go about better communicating it with the community to make sure that they're aware of what the policy is or the expectation.
I think that's fair.
yeah,
I think if there's instances like this, they need to be brought to us so we can investigate them and then get back. Cause they, as Tom said, we have bill codes for everything that, online or across the counter, they receipt them according to what's on the fee schedule. So if they're not, there's things that are being asked that are not on the fee schedule, we need to know what those are so we can work with what's on that.
A little side note, we have added a link to the fee schedule for policies. Policy waivers.
Right.
Just the next slide here is just some of the specific activities that, we're asking for increases here. $5 increase for the safety clinic that, risk management's no longer covering. A couple of CTSO, changes here just to make them standard among all the CTSO clubs. And then a new activity here, which is that National Naval Defense Cadet Corps at Jordan High School that I think you guys talked about at the board meeting back in. So that's a new one for this schedule. And then CTEC has this list of changes here. I won't go over each one of them. I will point out that there's a couple new classes that they're adding here, construction management advanced course and a welding advanced course. So more nice opportunities, certifications and current, really good deal. Students to be able to get those kind of credits and certifications through CTEC. And then they also have CTEC actually has a CTSO, I believe it's a competing team here in Posta and skills, you can say. So We just wanted to make sure, put that on the fee schedule. So. And then, that's all for the fee increases that we've received so far. So this is the slide Andrew was talking about. We have heard a few items that we might need to look at increasing in the future. We haven't brought them forward yet because we know that they have been using some of that activity registration fee to cover some of these areas so far, and we will be getting some more of that money this next year. Hopefully we'll get about the same as what we were collecting from students from the state this next year. So it's something we want to look at, and you know, to Andrew's point, a good idea to make with smaller increases. So. And then just the links to the schedules that you can go see those, the master ones, the high school individual schedules where you can find those little blue light bubbles with the descriptions, and then for the middle schools as well. And then we kind of talked about this at the beginning, just the next steps. We'll have the schools update their schedules according to these master increases. And then we'll send a communication out to the parents to get feedback on the schedules. And we'll bring that feedback to our next board meetings on the 4th and the 18th, and then final approval. That's it. So any other questions?
Anyone else have questions? Okay, thank you. And just as an aside, we'll ask the excuse for. See if she's able to join us later. We will go ahead and move forward with item C, policy update. And Jeff Christensen will be presenting.
Thanks, Vice President Oakes.
And by the way, board, just as an aside, to keep in mind time-wise, at the end of this, there is an item you forgot to discuss under collective bargaining, so you need to go back into this session briefly.
That in mind, I'll try to move through this as soon as I get my slides up. Don't know. Thought they were already. Video, I can see them. I can't see this at the very bottom. There you go. Thanks. All right, I'm going to go in reverse order because I think the ones that I anticipate questions or comments on are the first two. So we have a few policy updates for this evening. We've been working in the general section and the fiscal accountability section recently. But board member Edel brought this to our attention. There have been two legal updates with respect to military leave, both by the federal government as well as our state government, signed by the governor. So this is pretty straightforward. We're just increasing our military leave or military stipend from 15 to 20 days in accordance with these, both federal law and the governor's order. So we'll just make that change, pretty straightforward. In our general section, we have two policies. As we look at our 5-year review, we're looking at policy and practice. So there've been a couple of positions that upon retirement have been phased out in the leadership of the district, and also the small capitals facility committee in this policy. Because of our transference of some duties to our school performance directors, we no longer have individual principals sitting on this committee, and their feedback is gathered elsewhere. So we're just updating the committee on that. In our school access policy, again, this is the policy that addresses the civic center statute where individuals can rent our facilities. What we're doing here is we just looked at how we had described our distribution of exterior master keys and security panel alarms. It's pretty broad, but we want to have language in there where those are dispersed. And so we just updated to be consistent with our practice. When I come back for the second reading, I'll update this PowerPoint so you can see it just bulleted. But essentially, each school is given 2 exterior master keys. And then alarm panels are distributed under direction of the principal as needed. And then we've just made a few edits to the after hours facility access provisions to identify risk management. A couple of housekeeping items. The other two policies we're updating. One, as we were going through our financial section, we're looking at, we need to add per USB rule and state guidance and federal guidance, time and effort provisions required by federal law. This is what both Danny and Leon know well. We've always followed time and effort provisions, but USBE is requiring that we have formally included in policy. So our accounting department semi-annually reaches out to those groups that are addressing time and effort provisions. So this is to do essentially an audit or a check to see if the monies we receive for those programs are being spent as allocated for our federal programs, nutrition, Title I, Title II, Title III, state special education. And so in the policy, we've just included all of the information that deal with time and effort provisions in the fiscal accountability policy. As we reviewed this policy as well, due to inflation costs, one of the changes we're recommending in this policy is to increase the threshold for the procurement threshold for items or services requiring board approval. Currently, we're at 80,000. The policy committee, both from our accounting department and members on the policy committee, recommend we move that to 120,000. So that's included in this version of the policy. And then there is the school fundraising rule, and some of this language again is in practice, but we're just codifying it into our policy. The district may allow for required group fundraisers. That's a change in board rule. So we're adding that to be allowed should a school choose to engage in a required group fundraiser. And then also you may not deny a student membership on a team or group for failure to participate in such fundraisers. And then also that students should not be compelled to purchase products or services. So those are updates with the rules. Primarily in this policy, we're updating for time and effort and those provisions. We want to come back and do a little bit deeper dive with practice and policy with respect to fundraising practices when particularly our external relations team isn't under the cut time constraints of the legislature. We want to bring that back for further. And then the last policy for this update is board governance. So two changes here. These are recommended by members of the board that sit on the policy committee. In the section that describes agenda setting, that there was recommended a change where right now it currently states board members. They want to change, or as a recommended change, to say a board member, an individual rather than more than one, may request an item to be placed on the agenda by notifying board leadership by email or during a public meeting. The second item is that to be placed on an agenda right now, we currently state in a timely manner to be placed on an agenda, and it was recommended to make that more clear, not to exceed 3 months. And then the election of board officers shall elect a president and 2 vice presidents. I'll finish the other slide and then you can come back for questions or comments. Yeah, Karen.
Well, I just had a quick question. Okay. Does bullet point 1 and bullet point 2 counteract each other? Because it says you can be a single board member and request an item be placed on an agenda, but then on number 2, it says you have to have 3. Pick one or the other.
Can I clarify?
Yeah, because it doesn't make sense the way it's written to me.
Yeah, so a board member can request an item be placed on the agenda, just period, right?
Right.
It's if you want it to get on the agenda faster, yeah, then you've got to stack your board members with it, and there's no change, but I believe that 4 board members can get it on the next agenda.
They can.
And that's an existing. So stacking board members is just to expedite it. But it's always been that you just request an item be placed on the agenda.
That clarifies, because I'm They almost sounded like they were counteracting each other.
So if a single board member requests, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's within.
It won't be on the next.
That's right.
Okay, but
That's
at
right.
3, then it's gonna be.
It has to
within
be.
3 months. Okay.
Yes, and this only has the changes because there's another bullet point in this section that says if you have 4, it has to go on the next agenda.
Yeah, to be clear, this is more for presentation.
Yeah.
I would consult their red line just so you can see the
Yes.
recommended
Okay.
changes.
Just clarifying,
Yeah,
it's,
no.
to me, they seem to be
But there
counteracting.
is a change. That first bullet point is a change because we used to not specify a board member. And so we made that more clear. It
Yeah.
said board members may, which sometimes made it sound like it was actually referring to the 3 from the second bulletin.
There you go.
So we tried to clarify that, so it was a little more obvious.
Does anyone else have questions?
Do you want to say in a more timely manner? Instead of just in a timely manner?
Point specifically, Ms. President Schill had a comment we spoke to on the phone earlier. and
Okay, go ahead.
So, so she commented specifically that by email or during a public meeting.
Yes.
And so some context for it, just from our discussion, was we were looking at what's a recorded request, right? And emails a recorded request, public meetings a recorded request. President Schill, in a phone call with me today, brought up that the public meeting is really hard to track.
I'm gonna say the same thing.
And it's because it can come up at any point during our 4 or 5 hours of meetings. And there could be multiples versus an email which has it laid out nicely. But anyway, since she wasn't here, I wanted to make sure that I brought that up because she was going to.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, and that was a change I suggested during a public meeting because that has been our practice. We have in public meeting before during a topic of discussion said, board, do we want to bring that back and have it on the next, and kind of do that in meeting. So this policy is reflecting practice, but we could decide to no longer do that. But as anyone who's been on the board for a number of years knows, that is something we do.
So
We have done that.
yeah, I wanted to speak to the same thing that Amber talked about. Because in my experience, there are times that something's kind of mentioned in passing versus somebody will send a text or an email where they're very clear. And I would say it is much easier for the board president to be able to keep track of those requests if it actually has like an electronic trail attached to it. Because, in Amber's defense, like it is a lot to keep track of what's happening and she and Nancy both were very good at trying to do that, but sometimes certain things would slip through the cracks and every so often you'd have a board member that was frustrated and say, well, you took this board member's suggestion in meeting, but not mine. And it's not a function of preference. It was just really trying to keep track of that. So my recommendation is that if someone wants something to be placed on an agenda, to actually put that in an email. I mean, you can do that during public meeting, right? And to just put in the subject line, agenda request, right? And so it makes it significant, then you're much less likely to have it slip through the cracks, like I said.
So, I mean, if we're talking about practice, should it be during public meeting with a written follow-up?
Yes.
Cause and then that way it doesn't necessarily have to be email. It could just be, handwriting it.
Yeah.
But I think you do need to have some kind of paper trail there instead of just requesting it verbally.
You do.
But to cover that practice of having that discussion, there just still needs to be probably some kind of written follow-up.
Yeah.
Yeah. And a lot of times in board meeting, it's the president who's conducting the meeting that then says, okay, board, do we want to, and the president's kind of taking the notes herself, but good to have follow-up.
And then this is, this update is to address, in the absence of the president.
Right.
So this is when currently, Mr. Edel or Amanda Oaks will do a Rochambeau, but if the president has not designated a vice president to assume these duties, the vice presidents may mutually agree. If no mutual agreement is reached, they'll default to the vice president with greater seniority of the board. Senior will be determined by the earliest election. If the same election, then their lower numerical designation. I think this was an attempt just to clarify those duties in the event that
one, the president's absent, and if no one is eager to take them, how to get to have someone take them, so. Again, good feedback. These will be first, these are first reading possible for feedback. So if you have input, you can send it to any member of the policy committee and we'll be reviewing those and bringing those back. And then rolling up our sleeves for the legislative session to conclude, so. Thanks.
Not gonna be much work coming out of that.
I will never.
Minimal.
Okay, so, like I said earlier, there was an item that we, forgot to discuss in closed session, so I will entertain a motion, to go into closed session for the purpose of discussing collective bargaining.
Move that we go into closed session for the purpose of collective bargaining.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion to the motion?
What's everybody goes?
Sorry, guys. It's her own absent-mindedness.
She does.
Welcome, everyone, to the business meeting of the Canyons Board of Education. Today is February 18th, 2025. We are meeting at the district office located at 9361 South, 300 East in Sandy, Utah. Currently, we have all of our board members here except for President Schill, who has been excused and may be joining us remotely later. The first item is to approve the agenda for tonight, February 18th, 2025. If I can have a motion to approve or to amend the agenda as written, that would be great.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda for tonight, February 18th, 2025, with the amendment being just before patron comments, reading the Canyons Board of Education statement.
Okay, I have a motion to amend the agenda. Is there a second to that?
I second that.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Dolly seconds that. Any discussion to the motion? Okay, seeing no discussion to the motion, I will call for a vote. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Okay, so then I guess I probably need an official, we amended the agenda, so we need to entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended. Okay, can I get a motion for that?
I move to approve the agenda as written.
As discussed.
Oh, as discussed.
Or amended, okay.
Amended, yeah.
Is there a second to that motion? Okay, great. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing no discussion, I'd like to call for a vote. All in favor of approving the agenda as amended, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that also passes unanimously. Okay. All right. So with that, we will go ahead and move on with a Pledge of Allegiance led by Principal Stacy Kersals from Eastmont Middle School, after which she will give us her school highlights.
Please salute the, please repeat the pledge with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Got thrown off by the button. Good evening, board members, superintendent, and esteemed guests. I'm honored tonight to get to share some exciting recent celebrations at Eastmont Middle School, where our staff and students continue to achieve excellence across academics, the arts, and leadership. One of our most significant accomplishments, most of you are aware of, is that Eastmont this year has been recognized as a national demonstration school, a distinction that's only been awarded to a select group of schools nationwide. This recognition affirms our commitment to providing students with the skills, strategies, and support needed to succeed in college and beyond. Schools across the country are now reaching out to Eastmont as a model of avid excellence and coming to visit us, which is awesome. Additionally, Eastmont has been designated a bronze-level STEM school for the state of Utah, highlighting our dedication to providing innovative hands-on learning experiences in science, technology, engineering, and math. This recognition is a testament to our students' curiosity, critical thinking, and problem-solving skills. Our fine arts department at Eastmont continues to flourish. Our band, choir, and orchestra are earning top rankings at state and regional festivals, and our visual arts students were just recognized in our Art Fest competition at our school for their outstanding creativity and teamwork. These programs not only allow our students to express themselves, but also teach discipline, collaboration, and perseverance. We are incredibly proud of our nationally ranked debate team, whose members have competed at the highest level, bringing home impressive wins year after year. It increases their ability to think critically, articulate arguments effectively, and represent Eastmont with poise, places them among the best in the country. And some of you got to hear our debate members last year when they came and spoke to the board. Beyond these achievements, we want to celebrate the growth and success of our students who receive specialized learning support. Our special education programs continue with their individualized instruction that are helping our students thrive academically and socially. Likewise, our multilingual learners are making remarkable progress, mastering new language skills while excelling in their coursework and pushing me to speak Spanish, which I am not good at. Their hard work, along with the dedication of our educators, helps us to ensure that every student at Eastmont has access to opportunities and success. And perhaps one of the most exciting developments currently going on at Eastmont are the updates to our building. These renovations will help ensure that our facilities match the incredible learning and innovation that happens inside of Eastmont every day. As our students and staff continue to reach new heights, it's inspiring to see our school environment transform to reflect the magic that's taking place within the walls. We are grateful for the investment in our school's future and cannot wait to see the positive impact these changes will bring. At Eastmont, we are more than just a school. We're a community that fosters excellence, leadership, and inclusivity. These achievements are the direct result of the dedication of our students, teachers, and families, and we are grateful for the board's ongoing support in helping us continue to thrive. Thank you for your time and for giving me an opportunity to celebrate our Patriots.
Thank you so much for coming, and please give our best to all of your faculty and staff at Eastmont Middle. It is an impressive school, and I think I can speak for the other board members who got to come and watch some of the avid learning in person. It was a really remarkable day, so thank you. Okay, so we will go ahead and move on to our Canyon Strong recognitions, presented by Jeff Haney, Director, and Kirsten Stewart, Associate Director of Communications.
Thank you, Vice President Oakes, for this time to recognize the achievements of students and employees in Canyon School District who have gone above and beyond in their pursuit of excellence. Those who are mentioned tonight will receive a letter of commendation from both the board and the superintendent, thanking them for their efforts and telling them that they are indeed Canyon Strong. Now, before we get to our honorees, we wanted to thank Corner Canyon High School for hosting a regional unified Special Olympics basketball tournament last Monday. You can see some of the photos that we took of the event. Mrs. Dahlia is right there, giving a high five to one of the Bengals who is there, hitting the hardwood at the Unified Hoops Tournament. Unified teams from Alta, Brighton, Corner Canyon, Hillcrest, and Jordan High Schools were there to compete. We invited schools from the Jordan School District and the Murray School District as well. A big shout out to Special Education's Linda Hall and Canyon's Education Foundation Development Officer Denise Haycock for being the driving forces behind our Unified Special Olympics activities. There were a lot of high fives, fist bumps, and cheers for our Canyon Strong Unified teams that day. Now, it was a big weekend for Canyon's district student athletes. Our first honorees are 2 Chargers and a Husky. They last week proved they are 3 of the best prep wrestlers in Utah. Now, this trio that you see on the screen right here brought home gold at last week's boys 5A and 6A wrestling championships. Corner Canyon Chargers' Caden Williams and Laimana Fogger won their 3rd consecutive titles in their 6A weight classifications. Caden won the 285-pound bracket, and Laimana once again finished in the top in the 215-pound weight classification. Hillcrest's Moroni Mahe won the 5A state title in the 215-pound weight classification. He's the first Hillcrest Husky in 20 years to win a state title. So congratulations to Moroni. We have listed other Canyons district wrestlers who finished in the top 6 in the state in their weight classifications in some of our social posts. Please go and check those out and congratulate our student athletes, our boys wrestlers, for fantastic seasons. And a big congratulations to our 3 state champions in boys wrestling. Now, our next honorees are on our girls wrestling teams. At the end of the state championships in girls wrestling, Canyons District had a whopping 9 state champions, and 2 of those state champions made it 3 state titles in a row. Chargers, Huskies, and Beat Diggers stood tall on the winners podium at the 4A and 5A and 6A Girls Wrestling Championships. Overall, the Huskies and the Corner Canyon teams both took third place in the 5A and 6A competitions. I want to note Hillcrest is a 4A school, but they decided to compete in the 5A classification, and that's how well they did. So congratulations to the Huskies for competing up in both boys and girls wrestling. Now, in the 6A competition, Charger Piper Eller won the 100-pound weight classification. Olivia Byington won in 130. Meliana Fager won in 140. And Clarion Fager won in 170. In 5A, Hillcrest's Katie Zimmerman won in the 100-pound division. Her sisters, Eva and Eliza, claimed their third in a row state titles in 110 and 120. And teammate Eleni Nonu won the 170-pound weight classification. And in 4A, congratulations to Abby West. The Beat Digger won the state title in the 105-pound weight classification. She capped her prep career at 30 wins and just 5 losses. Congratulations to Abby for that amazing prep run in girls wrestling. We recognized all of these wrestlers as well, and we included the names of the top 6 finishers of all Canyons District students. So please take a look at all of the students who finished in the top 6 in girls and boys wrestlings on our social pages. Now, our next honoree also is a state champion, but he's also a state record holder. Brighton High's Luan Barnard captured the gold in both the 200 freestyle and 100 backstroke in the 5A swimming championships, and he set the state record in the backstroke. So congratulations to him. The Brighton boys swim team finished 4th overall. Another Bengal also achieved first place finishes. Dylan Etherington won the boys 50 freestyle and mixed 100 freestyle in the 5A unified races. Brighton girls team finished in 10th place. They were joined in the top 10 by Alta, and they ended in 8th place. The Hawks boys team was 8th overall in 5A. In addition, Alta's Skyla Stray won the girls 50 freestyle in the unified races. In 6A, both boys and girls teams for the Chargers finished 6th overall. And in unified swimming, Charger Jordan Barlow won the 6A 50 freestyle race. So congratulations to all of our swimmers and state champions and now state record holders. Our next honorees, the Alta High Cheer Squad. They just brought a trophy back from a tough competition in Anaheim, California. Congratulations to the Hawks. They repeated as champions in the varsity show intermediate super category at the USA Spirit Nationals in California. USA Spirit Nationals that draws teams from across the West Coast to compete in categories from mascots, song, pom, pep flag, and of course, cheer. The Hawks performed an electric number with tumbling, stunts, and dance to claim that trophy for the 2nd consecutive year. So congratulations to Alta High School, the cheer squad, champions at the USA United Spirit Association's championships. Now our next honoree is truly Canyon Strong. We have breaking news tonight, news that the National Education Association released today about a Canyons District Education Support Professional. We are proud to announce tonight that Andy Marcus, the AFM at Draper Park Middle School, is one of the top 5 finalists for the National ESP of the Year Award. So congratulations to Andy. I think he's here tonight. Now, he advanced to national consideration after winning the state ESP award. The NEA annually presents the honor to a member who demonstrates outstanding accomplishments and whose achievements reflect the vital role that education support professionals play in public education. The winner of the national award serves as an ambassador for ESPs, not just here in Utah, but across the country. They promote the value of ESPs and what they bring to our schools. And they truly are the backbone of making our schools shine and run efficiently. So congratulations to Andy, and we wish him well in the next stage of the competition. We would love to see him as the National Education Association's ESP of the Year. Now, our next honoree is helping develop Canyon Strong readers wherever she goes. Congratulations to our very own library specialist, Gretchen Zaitsev. She is being recognized as Operation Literacy's Book Hero Award for all that she does to promote children's literacy. She'll officially receive this award this Friday at StoryCon. I almost called it BookCon. It's StoryCon. That's a literacy conference in downtown Salt Lake, where writers and readers of all ages convene to share in their love of books. So congratulations to Gretchen. Here you can see some photographs of when she was interviewed by a documentary crew that came here recently to highlight our work with the News Literacy Project. It's worth noting that over the past 3 years, Canyons has trained more than 300 teachers to embed informational literacy lessons into their regular instruction. Now, in other words, we're teaching students to analyze and interpret the information they encounter on social media, in TV, in movies, and across the digital realm. A big shout out to our ISD department for spearheading this important effort, and congrats again to Gretchen. And last, but certainly not least, we want to applaud our school resource officers. They serve, they protect, they help provide safe, welcoming, and prepared campuses all across Canyons. Now, Saturday was National SRO Appreciation Day, and we're taking the time today during recognitions to recognize the valuable contributions of our SROs. And earlier today, the administration brought in caramel apples for each of our SROs, but I hope they know how much we appreciate them every day. The SRO assignment is unique among all other assignments in law enforcement. They are sworn law enforcement officers, but they wear many hats in addition to wearing their badges. They serve as informal mentors, they are informal counselors, they are law educators, and of course, they enforce the peace, and they are enforcers of the law. They support students and teachers and support staff and parents. They are valuable and essential members of the school district who deserve our respect and support from the public in the pursuit of keeping our schools, our students, our teachers, and support staff safe. Now, I am the proud son of a 30-year police officer. I truly value our SROs and our local police agencies. My dad has passed, but his birthday would be tomorrow, and I can't think of a better way to wish him a happy heavenly birthday than to stand here tonight and express our collective appreciation to our police officers. If you see an SRO this week, tell them they did a good job keeping Canyon schools safe and secure. Give them a high five, a fist bump, and they won't turn down a donut either. Thank you, SROs, for all that you do. Now, this week, our 5A and 6A boys and girls hoops teams start their state tournaments. In 6A hoops, Corner Canyon faces Mountain Ridge on Friday. Is that right? Friday? Yes, on Friday. Brighton plays Hunter on Wednesday. Alta earned a bye for ranking number 6. Then later this week, we'll play a team that made it through the first round. In 6A girls hoops, Corner Canyon faces Bingham. In 5A, Alta plays Skyline, and Brighton earned a high enough ranking to have a bye in the first round. They'll play later this week against the team that made it out of the first round. Headed into the state tournament, the Bengals cheered for a junior, Sophie Nelson. She has scored 1,000 points. So let's go, Sophie. Let's increase that total as the Bengals head into the playoffs. So let's go, Sophie. Let's go, Bengals. Let's go, Hawks. Let's go, Chargers. Let's go, Huskies. Let's go, Diggers in all of our activities, events, and athletics. And of course, we cannot forget our performing arts. So Vice President Oakes, thank you. It's no secret that the board and the administration think the very best in public education can be found in Canyons District. We thank our Canyons District students and especially our employees for all they do to make Canyons a district of distinction, a district of champions, and a district of scholars. Thank you for this time for recognitions, and we turn the time back to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Jeff. We really appreciate being kept apprised and all the amazing things happening in the district. Okay, we've now come to the patron comment portion of our meeting. The board often designates time in meetings to listen to the patrons of the district. Patron comment time is limited to residents. Oh, excuse me, we amended the agenda. Yes, thank you for the reminder, I appreciate that, Board Member Dolly. So, before we do that, I'm getting ahead of myself. Yes, we have something that as a board, we wanted to read into the record and to share today particularly. So here's a statement that's been approved by all of us. Last Friday, Utah Governor Spencer Cox signed HB 267 titled Public Sector Union Amendment, which eliminates collective bargaining for public employees. We recognize this bill may have created uncertainty for civic and public servants, including our teachers, education support professionals, and administrators. We want this much to be clear. As stated in CSD's strategic plan, the Canyons Board of Education and Administration remain committed to providing the necessary support for all employees to be successful in their roles. Please know the new legislation does not diminish our commitment to and support of our employees. We truly appreciate and value the great work our employees do daily to build up the next generation. Throughout the years, Canyons employees have proven their dedication to providing our students a world-class education in clean, welcoming, and prepared learning environments. Together, we can continue to foster a culture of trust and collaboration as we work in this noble endeavor of ensuring that every child in our community is college and career ready when they graduate from high school. Thank you. I just want to note, we recognize that there are a lot of members of the Canyons Education Association here, as well as our ESPs and others mentioned here. We are grateful to have you here, and we're grateful for you. So with that, I will now get to the appropriate part of this. Okay, we've now come to the patron comment portion. Patron comment time is limited to residents and taxpayers of Canyons District, students and parents of students, and current employees of the district. Patrons may provide board members with written documents. These documents must be submitted to the board secretary over here at the meeting or emailed to the Office of Public Communications by noon of the day following the board meeting. Tonight, individuals will be given 3 minutes. Those representing groups will be given 5 minutes. And comments made during patron comment are part of the public record. It is the board's practice to listen and take notes during patron comments. The Board of Education does not discuss matters that are not on the meeting's agenda, nor engage in public comment on individual students to protect their privacy or employee issues. If a patron wants to comment on a district employee's character, professional competence, or mental or physical health, the board requests that those comments be submitted to the board in writing. However, if the patron determines to verbally comment on those personal issues, the comments need to be civil and refrain from personal attacks, insults, defamatory, or slanderous comments about an individual. The Board of Education values input on all sides of issues. To maintain decorum and respect, we ask that those in attendance refrain from applause or other types of demonstrations during the patron comment time, as well as throughout the meeting. Okay, so with that, I'm going to go ahead and read 3 names at a time. Please forgive me if for any reason I mispronounce your name, and make sure that you correct me when you come. There is a microphone here. It should have a green light. Go ahead and just make sure that that's on. The first 3 individuals will be Krista Pippin, Katie Nelson, and then Erica Bradshaw.
All right. Dear Vice President, Oaks and members of the board, Superintendent Robbins, and Mr. Wilcox. I'm Chris Pippin. I am the president of Canyons Education Association. And on behalf of CEA, we extend our sincere gratitude for your support and advocacy in opposing HB 267, Substitute 1. We know that Utah is a right-to-work state without collective bargaining rights, and as such, our local association has worked collaboratively with our district and with you, the board, to enact policies that support our educators' rights to have a collective voice and to support our student success, which is always at the heart of everything we do. We've gathered here tonight to show our appreciation to your commitment to listening to the Canyon School District educators and recognizing the value of our association and elevating teachers' voices within the district's decision-making processes. We appreciate the board, the superintendent, all of our district leadership for standing along Canyons Education Association and advocating for our right to collectively organize, a right that empowers us to champion our students, to champion our schools, as well as our profession. We wanted to just, in closing, have a shout out to our amazing and hardworking external relations department under Charlie Evans and Susan Edwards. We just want to recognize their tirelessly work and effort, sorry about that, and lobbying for our district, for our educators, for our students, and for public school. We appreciate all that everyone does. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next is Katie Nelson, then Erica Bradshaw, and then Brooke Easton.
Hi, I'm Katie Nelson. I am a proud member of CEA, but I am here just to sing more praises for Eastmont from a teacher perspective. So I teach math to 7th graders at Eastmont Middle School. This is my 16th year of teaching and my 10th year in Canyons District. This is my first year at Eastmont. The first time I set foot in Eastmont was I took my 5th graders there from Edgemont Elementary for their orientation, and this was years ago. I immediately recognized Eastmont as a special place and whispered to my soul that I wanted to teach there one day, and here I am. When I saw Eastmont had an opening last spring, my heart skipped a beat, and I called on my colleagues and friends with important connections to the school to vouch for me so I could have a chance at the position. My experience this year has been truly magical. I feel both well supported and trusted to lead out in my position. I've been able to use my expertise and creativity in new ways this year. I feel invigorated every school day. Typically, when the intent to return email comes, I wait until the very last day to submit that. But when I received my intent to return email this year, I was excited to complete it right away. This is a testament to the value I feel at Eastmont. I'm grateful for the recent investment in renovations at Eastmont. I look forward to the renderings becoming reality. The students and community deserve a beautiful space to match their vibrancy. Eastmont is a beloved hub of this community. This was evident during pre-service week when the hallways were abuzz with students and their families. It is also evident by how many from the neighborhood have jobs at Eastmont, choosing for their employment to support this amazing school. One very pleasant surprise at Eastmont was finding the consistency of student achievement across all classes. Because of the influence of AVID, meaningful rigor is applied across all courses through writing, inquiry, collaboration, organization, and reading. And because we don't have honors classes, I don't see the same divide between the haves and the have-nots that I have seen at other campuses. I am able to differentiate instruction across all classes and provide both additional supports and extensions to all students whenever that is needed. With more balanced classes, students are able to collaborate meaningfully with their peers and grow a common knowledge base. Each individual student is able to serve as a leader or mentor reflective of their individual strengths and curiosity at different points throughout the year. I've seen masterful growth across all population groups because students have intentional experiences and haven't been tracked down one pathway or another. I've seen students whose previous data shows that they wouldn't have been an ideal candidate for honors blossom into deep and creative thinkers and take on challenges they would never have opted into before or even been given the opportunity to take on. Match this growth with students in the 80th and 90th percentiles on the MAP test in August, making greater than expected growth on the MAP test in December. There is no shortage of achievement at Eastmont. I couldn't be happier to be an Eastmont patriot.
Thank you. Next, we have Erica Bradshaw, then Brooke Easton, then Tiffany Smith.
Hello. It's been a few years since I stood in front of this body to address you.
As a longtime member of Canyons Education Association, I want to thank the leadership of Canyon School District for fostering a collaborative relationship with CEA and our sister association for support personnel. This year, there have been multiple attacks on public workers, collective voices, and on public school funding by our legislature. However, CEA and CSD continue to support and fight for each other's rights and interests. I know we are all exerting a significant effort to keep taxpayer money in public education and to prevent the loss of mutual problem solving. Going forward, I sincerely hope that CEA and Canyon School District can continue to enjoy a collaborative and beneficial relationship as we work towards providing the best education and school environment for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Brooke Eastham, then Tiffany Smith, then Andy Marcus.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Brooke Eastham, and I'm a resident of Sandy, and I'm also the parent of 3 young children, age 8 and younger. I'm here on behalf of several concerned parents of young children who live in the school district. Last year, my family made what many of our friends and peers considered kind of a surprising decision. We left our private school where things were predictable and appropriately resourced to enroll in our local public school, Granite Elementary. Why did I do that? Because we wanted to be more part of our community. We wanted to invest in our neighborhood and to contribute and to belong to something bigger. Sorry, I'm so nervous, you guys. But honestly, it wasn't even a hard decision because Granite is an excellent school. My daughter entered a classroom that just had 18 students. It was fantastic. She received exceptional instruction and love and attention from an engaged staff. And we fell in love with Granite, and that's why I'm here tonight. So since last year, I feel a little bit emotional, but since last year, we've lost multiple full-time teachers, and today we're operating with what I can only describe as a skeleton crew. That's just 2 teachers per grade. And at our recent school community council meeting, we were informed that we might be losing yet another teacher and that there are concerns that we will not be awarded the same number of FTEs next year. That would leave certain grades with just one teacher per grade level, and that feels insane to me, and I think some of you might agree with that. Teachers are a team, and they deserve the support of at least one additional teacher in their grade for coverage, strategizing, collaboration, and more. So this year, as teachers continue to pour their hearts into their work, some class sizes, like my daughter's, have nearly doubled. The ability to provide one-on-one instruction of any kind and personalized attention is all but gone. If you're going to keep a school open, it needs to be adequately staffed with at least 2 teachers per grade. And if you cannot do that, I say move faster to combine school communities. I think a lot of people would be supportive of that. Parents can't wait years letting our kids suffer in crowded classrooms just because the overall school population is slated to be down based on the prior year's planning. Teachers are overwhelmed and our students are paying the price. So I'm here to ask for tonight, I'm here tonight to ask for what I feel should be table stakes. It's within this board's power to mandate that there are at least two teachers per grade at a school. We cannot allow grades to drop to a single teacher under any circumstance. In addition, I think we need proactive hiring policies to add teachers when class sizes approach 30 students. The district must act before teachers are stretched beyond their limits and not after they are burned out. We need proactive hiring plan to manage teacher demand rather than reacting in crisis mode. We really need to stop bleeding these amazing educators dry. I made the decision to leave private school to be part of this community, but I can't do so at the expense of my children's education, and I won't. I have 3 young children and I want them all to attend Granite, and I'm here on behalf of other parents with the many young children between us, and we want them to be part of our neighborhood schools because we want to contribute to this community. So please help us do that and consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Tiffany Smith, then Andy Marcus, and then Jennifer Basford. And it looks like Tiffany is representing a group.
Before you start my timer, I forgot to wear red, but my hair is red, so I feel like that counts. I just want the credit for that. Okay, now you can start. I'm here on behalf of a group of teachers from Granite Elementary, but I also hope to advocate for all elementary teachers in Canyon School District, as this is a concerning issue for all of us. As you're fully aware, the ever-dreaded FTE discussions are beginning to happen in our schools, which means emotions are running high, especially among elementary teachers in small schools with declining enrollment.
I'd like to begin by referring back to the last board meeting when Board Member Dolly posed the question. She asked, at what level of population do we start to lose an effective school culture and environment? There wasn't really an answer given. However, Mr. Wilcox responded and he said, I don't have a magic number for that. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I also don't have a magic number, but I do have a number which we can't go below, and that number is 12 teachers. While it's not magical, it is a guarantee that each grade can have 2 teachers. And this year at Granite, we are currently staffed at 12, and this number isn't even enough for us this year. We are stretched too thin, but at least we each have a partner to work with. Going below the number 12 at any elementary school means depleting a staff to less than 2 members per team, which is unsustainable because, well, how do you have a team with just 1 teacher? Recently, the news came that Granite will likely dip to 11 teachers, even possibly to 10.5 or 10 for the 2025-26 school year, based on the algorithm Canyons currently uses. This means we will lose a teacher, and our principal is left to wave her magic wand of heartbreak and reconfigure our school yet again. With schools like ours that have ballooning classrooms in 2nd and 5th grade, followed by a drastically small cohort of only 28 total first graders, it's becoming impossible to staff a school in a way that supports all grade levels, maintaining 2 teachers based on the algorithm that's being used. From your vantage point, it may feel simple to plug in a total number of students into that handy-dandy algorithm and have it spit out a number for staffing the teachers of that school. Then you communicate that final number to the principal and then let the principal shuffle their teachers around, reconfigure grades, push here, pull a little there, possibly give a 17-hour aid as a temporary Band-Aid for the bursting classes, assign those teachers, and then voila, there you have it. Granite Elementary School is ready to run for another year. Well, not really, but at least to our board and our superintendent, it may seem that way because the number's given and then we figure the rest out. You as a board have chosen to keep our school alive by providing a building, an administration of a head and a vice principal, an instructional coach, a custodian, electricity every day, desks, books, and so on, while you're continuing to invest in everything that our building needs to function, costing nearly $1 million per building. You are simultaneously stripping us of the main thing that keeps our building running, and that is the teachers. Thus, the effective school culture and environment has already been put at risk by lowering our FTE and increasing the daily burden on our classroom teachers. You know, no one other than a teacher can do the job in the classroom. Not an aide, not an instructional coach, not an extra parent volunteer, nor an intervention program, not a tier 2 aide, not a board member, not a principal. It can only be done by a classroom teacher. It's the teachers who have to rally to keep the school functioning, and we have too few teachers right now. Our district often speaks to the importance of mental health, yet the morale in our elementary schools is low, and managing a classroom of young children with diverse needs is demanding, and the ever-increasing responsibilities of maintaining and functioning a community of learners while diminishing our staff is causing heartache and complete burnout. It's as if the mental health of our teachers actually doesn't matter. Is it just the mental health of the children that you care about, or do you care about the mental health of your teachers and staff? Teachers are sacrificing our own time with our families and our personal health, and all to keep an understaffed school functioning and functioning well. And the leaders this district has are overlooking the damage that is being done to the humans who spend their entire day with the children, and that is the teachers. We are overwhelmed and undersupported, and the current plan, is going to pull more teachers away from our elementary schools, and it just can't happen. I recognize Granite isn't the only school with this current issue. I know some Bella Vista teachers showed up tonight, but I beg you to stop crunching the numbers and to look at us as humans, humans that you're asking too much of, humans who are hurting for the sake of doing what's right by the children in our classroom. I'm here to clarify tonight to you that it is time to stop demanding our elementary schools to function with such low FTE. Anything below 12 FTE is unacceptable. Please do what is necessary to ensure at least 12 teachers at Granite Elementary School. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Andy Marcus, then Jennifer Basford, and then Ally Booth. That's an O, okay.
How we doing, guys? Good? Okay, I'm not even gonna try. Everybody that's went before me, I don't do public speaking. I don't talk in front of kids all day, so yours was phenomenal. I'm not even gonna lie. So, not even gonna try and top this out, but I just want to say I'm here representing CESPA on behalf of our new president, which is Matt Potts. I stepped down a couple of weeks ago. But I want to say after 11 years of being in CESPA, I've only worked with you a few years, but Leon, I've worked with you a lot, and I've worked with a lot of these board members for some time. I was hoping Amber was here. She is awesome. I helped her run her first time on board. Her kids went to my elementary, Bella Vista, which these two are phenomenal teachers. So anyways, I want to thank you guys for everything you guys have done for the ESPs, and especially the last 5 to 6 years. Because prior to that, I'm not gonna lie, it was kind of the scraps that we received, and you guys have changed that culture a lot, and I truly appreciate that. You guys have been great to work with. Anytime we've dealt with you guys, or you dealt with me, was probably the better way. You guys have been pretty good about working with us, and we seem to always come up with a solution. And a lot of that is with you. I'm just gonna say it, Rick and Leon. So you guys are the ones I mainly dealt with, and I appreciate everything you guys have done. I'm not gonna lie, Broncos still suck, and Raiders, I don't know about that one, but go Chiefs. But that's all I'm gonna say, guys, because I can't top what they're doing, so yeah. But I do appreciate what you guys have done. Leon, you got your jersey coming, bud. Okay, thank you, guys.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Jennifer Basford, who's representing herself, and Ally Booth, who's representing your group.
Hi. I am here just representing myself. I am a parent of a student at Granite Elementary. I also have a student at Albion Middle School. So I grew up here in Sandy. I moved here in middle school. I also attended Albion and Brighton. When my husband and I went to buy a home, we specifically wanted to stay in the area because of the schools and the school district. As you all know, it is the best school district in the state, the #1 district in the state, and it was very important to us that our children got a wonderful education, and because of our experience here, we knew that they would. Last year, we were told that Granite Elementary may be losing a teacher or two, and I had no idea how that would affect my student. My daughter's in 2nd grade. She loves school. She's a wonderful student. This year she was placed in Miss Smith's class, thankfully. She's a wonderful teacher. But my daughter has 28 students in her class, and it's not even the fullest class in the school. And the students are struggling, and their teacher is struggling. Her teacher also had an opportunity to have a student teacher with her this year, which thankfully she's, I think, been a help to the students and to her teacher. But then when we heard that this school may be losing another teacher or two, was heartbreaking. I love this school district, and I love Granite Elementary. My younger siblings did go to Granite Elementary, and we actually had a choice to choose between a couple elementary schools where we live, and we chose Granite because of the wonderful education that the students get there, and the wonderful community that it is. I have never been a part of such a great community as this school. I understand analytics. I am a data analyst as my profession. And the data shows that when you force 30 or more students into a classroom, those students do not get the same scores that they used to. And I know that that might be very important to the state, but for me and the parents here,
Our most important thing is that our kids are getting the education that they deserve in order to succeed and continue learning and to hopefully one day go to college. And it's very difficult when you watch your students falling behind or not getting the same one-on-one time because there are not enough teachers. So I just ask that you please listen to the parents and teachers who are coming here tonight, and please at least keep 2 teachers per grade. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we have Allie Booth representing a group.
Hello, board members, and thank you for your time, and thank you for all that you do for our district. I know you love the kids. I know you believe in your statement of providing world-class education, and I know that you care about our teachers. And I am here representing a group. I'm here representing half of the room here. We are coming from Granite. We do want you to hear the plight of our teachers. It isn't just one teacher that has spoken tonight that is feeling this way about our school and the numbers that are changing. It's not their fault. It's not our fault that our birth rate is decreasing up there. We do need to have 2 teachers per grade. And I do attest to the fact that when teachers are overburdened, our students feel that. I'm sure you all know that, having kids that have gone to school. Our teachers need that support. They need to feel like they're being heard and supported. And I do worry that long-term, our school is going to start decreasing in morale, in performance. We can't allow that to occur, not where we live. We are too invested in our community. We care too much about our kids to allow this to happen. So if we do need to begin to hightail the discussion about blending schools, maybe we need to do that up in our area, but we cannot have the slow burn of our school decreasing in teacher morale, teacher performance. That leads to decreases in student performance and student morale. So thank you so much for your time.
Thanks again to everyone who came tonight and spoke with us. We really appreciate hearing from all of our patrons here at the district. Okay, so we're going to move on to the consent agenda portion of the meeting. I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I move that we approve the consent agenda with items A, approval of minutes for February 4, 2025. Item B, approval of hire and termination reports. Item C, approval of student overnight travel. Item D, approval of January financial reports. Item E, approval of administrative appointments. Removing item F, approval of Canyons Innovation Center Director.
Okay, I have a motion. Is there a second to it?
I'll second that motion.
Okay, there's a second. Is there any discussion to the motion? Seeing no discussion, I'll go ahead and ask for a vote on the motion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Mr. Edel, would you like, let's see, in terms of discussion with the approval of the Canyons Innovation Center Director, is there a motion for that one specifically? It was pulled out of consent agenda. So the opportunity to move to approve it. So that's what I'm waiting for your motion for that.
I move to approve item F on the consent agenda, approval of Canyons Innovation Center Director.
Okay, I have a motion. Is there a second for that?
I'll second that.
All right, and is there any discussion to the motion? Okay, Mr. Edel.
I strongly oppose this appointment for the Canyons Innovation Center Director. Leadership is about accountability, and we cannot ignore the record of those we entrust with shaping the future of our schools. During his tenure as superintendent, the United States Department of Justice found that the district, this is for the candidate for the position, found that the district had engaged in systemic and pervasive racial discrimination against Black and Asian American students.
Investigators uncovered hundreds of cases where students of color were subjected to racial slurs, threats of lynching, and even physical assaults, while teachers and administrators failed to act. Let's be clear. These failures did not happen before he took office. They happened under his leadership. Under his watch, students endured racial harassment that went unchecked. Black students were openly called slurs, mocked, and told they should be lynched. Asian American students were taunted and told to go back to China. Teachers witnessed these incidents and did nothing. In some cases, school staff themselves participated in discrimination. Students who reported racism were ignored, or worse, punished. The consequences were devastating. Many students suffered in silence, withdrawing from school, experiencing anxiety, or feeling unsafe in the very classrooms meant to support them. Some incidents gained national attention, such as the tragic suicide of a 10-year-old Izzy Tichnor, but she was not alone. Countless students endured racism, hostility, day after day in a district that refused to protect them. This is not leadership, this is neglect. Canyon School District has a responsibility to ensure that every student feels safe, valued, and supported. Appointing a leader who has presided over one of the most damning civil rights violations in Utah's educational history is a step in the wrong direction. We must demand accountability. For these reasons, I oppose the hiring of this candidate for the Canyons Innovation Center Director. Our students, our educators, and our community deserve better.
Okay, is there anyone else who would like to speak? Ms. Pedersen?
In contrast to that, I apologize for my voice. In contrast to that opinion, we want you to understand that the candidate that we have been looking at has extensive background in innovation. He was the director who created the Davis District Innovation Center, or Catalyst Center. And we have had extensive interviews with board members, all of his credentials. We had 7 different people investigating his background and his credentials. And we feel that he's not going to run independent, be the only person supervising students, that he will be under the direction of the board. We feel very strongly that this is the best candidate that has come forward. We have had 5 to choose from, and we feel that this particular candidate will be the best one to help guide us in the beginning of our innovation center. The accusations happened not all while he was in office. Some of it had happened before, but the state OCR, who was it that investigated them? DOJ, Department of Justice, there we go. Department of Justice has thoroughly been working with and has investigated this very thoroughly, and we feel comfortable that those problems will not come to our district, which is why it's taken us so long to be able to appoint a candidate or choose a candidate, because we needed to know for sure that this would be the best person to lead us into the future. He no longer works for Davis District, he works for Utah State. He has quite a great background and connection with both business leaders, and he's an educator. So he has a good mix between skills that will help both working with business and education. He has the finance background. He has probably more qualities than most we've seen. I have never met a perfect person yet on this earth, and that when mistakes are made, things are going to happen as a consequence. But I'm not so sure that I want to pin every single thing that happened in that district on one person. It was systemic. It is not unique to Davis District. I think that some of the accusations could have been said about any district in the state. Utah has some biases, and we're working on learning to work with people in our systems in a more fair and open way. And I feel they have been very open about it. In fact, they invited members of our board this summer to come up for some training on how to work with students in a more fair and open way. And they have been very transparent. Because of that transparency, we as a board have voted yes to hiring this candidate. And I feel very strongly about that.
Thank you. We technically haven't voted for it yet, but okay. Is there anyone else that'd like to speak? Ms. Nyberg?
First off, I want to acknowledge my deep respect for Mr. Edel as a very effective board member and for his ability to study out all of the issues that come to us and to our table. And I understand his approach with the seriousness of the nature of the investigation with the Department of Justice. I was able to be on a committee to interview personally some of the individuals that our candidate Reed worked with. And a few of the notes that I took that were helpful for me was that every person I talked to personally through our Zoom interviews said things like this. He is, let me see, I've got to find this. He developed a type of culture to get it done, expedite it, make sure we're communicating well with people. He was a visionary, an instigator, had a great connection with higher ed and legislators. He liked to implement things and had a very clipping speed at innovation. He's good at compartmentalizing and making sure that a project moves forward. The incidents that happened in that school district were discussed. All of the individuals we talked to said they were historical patterns and behavior that preceded him. One individual said, I would not project any of that onto Reed. In fact, the culture with the Department of Justice and even at the Attorney General office during the investigation, there was a culture shift and there was a philosophy shift. Everyone was learning together, talking a lot more about how the focus, how to focus in on rooting out some of these systemic issues, talking about the difference between issuing directives to administrators and then building their capacity. This individual said unequivocally, this gentleman has no tolerance for racism, and that she believed that people were better having worked with him, that he had many deep and abiding relationships throughout his life and his young adult life as he played athletics at a state university with people from many different backgrounds and cultures. Also, we had another person we interviewed that said very similar comments. I don't want to minimize the seriousness of the investigation nor the findings nor the tragedies that ensued. However, having said that, I think one learning opportunity sitting in the seat that we have is whenever we have a tragic event in our schools, there are so many different perspectives and sides to the story and so many different points. I think it's difficult when tragedy strikes for those who are coping with that tragedy to not want to assign blame somewhere. And I was able to hear a lot about the awesome supports that the school did provide to some of those families who had some of their own internal struggles. And certainly there are many lessons to be learned from incidents like those. I do believe one of the greatest lessons is how we can impact those that we are in our sphere of influence with, who we interact with every day. And I think one of probably the most difficult things of being Dr. Robbins might attest to this, but to be a leader of a a district, a very large district with so many employees and so many personnel and so many students is no small task. And it's difficult to be able to, it's comes with the job and the position, but it's difficult to see and hear everything that's happening. I think there was a lot of learning and growth, not only for that school district, but also every district in the state, as far as how things have been and how to move forward with greater improvement. So I just wanted to add my voice that, especially after talking to those that worked most intimately beside him in the school district, that I do feel confident that he is not only an innovative leader and a very smart academic leader who's also been employed at Utah State University, but also that he is a man of character. And there was many glowing remarks about his integrity as a person. And so for that reason, I feel comfortable to move forward with this appointment. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to say anything? Any other comments? I will just offer my perspective as well. I was also part of the committee to do some due diligence. I had similar questions and concerns that Mr. Edel had, and again, I totally respect your perspective. I've often compared enacting change in a school district to being able to turn an oil rig. They say that cultural change often takes about 7 to 8 years to complete and to be able to really turn. I mean, if you're homeschooling, if you're at a really small school, usually changes can happen quickly because you have fewer students involved and fewer parties involved. But to really, from the time you choose to make a change to the time it really happens, it takes a long time. And sometimes that's a source of frustration for me personally. But I have to say, after speaking with some of the individuals that Ms. Nybar referenced, it is clear from the time that Dr. Nui came on to Davis School District, he was trying to move that oil rig. And it may not have moved in time for some of those things to shift and change, but I will say Davis School District since has been very forthright and very open about so many of the difficulties and the problems that you mentioned. They recognize it is a problem. They recognize it was worse than they thought, and they recognize that it needs to change. And they shared with us and a number of other school districts in the state how to go about doing that. And since that time, we have used some of those suggestions, and it has become such a major issue coming forward that we actually had to hire an additional member of staff to be able to help us address that appropriately based off of the recommendations from the Department of Justice. Davis School District is not by any measure the only district that faces these issues. Our kids sometimes pick up on things and hear things and see things on social media and elsewhere that are totally inappropriate, and they try them out and they use them in a very inappropriate way, and sometimes it goes far beyond that. But I feel like the lessons we have taken from Davis have been incredibly valuable. In fact, Karen and I have discussed about the importance of making sure that the Utah School Board Association receives that same training, because all of the districts in the state need to hear it and need to understand it. But I similarly feel, especially after doing some further due diligence and asking questions, that he is going to be an excellent leader for what we're asking him to do. And it's no small lift. Just so the public is aware, the Innovation Center, what we're proposing is to incorporate so much of the information we have received from CEOs and other members of the business community, what it is we need to do as a K-12 education system to prepare our kids for the jobs that are coming, how to be truly innovative. And this candidate absolutely has that experience. He has spearheaded probably the most successful example of that in the state, so much so that the employers that are going to the Catalyst and seeking students out are the ones that are in our backyard and are right in Silicon Slopes. And we said, hey, wait a minute, how did you do that? It's time for Canyons to step into that place. And I do believe that he is the one who's prepared to be able to do that most effectively. And so if there are no other further comments or questions, I would like to entertain a motion to approve or to go ahead and approve the approval of the Canyons Innovation Center Director as proposed. Oh, sorry, thank you. There has been a motion and it's time for a vote. Thank you. You can tell I am not practiced at this. Please bear with me. Okay, so I will call for a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And all opposed.
Nay.
Thank you. So that motion passes 5 yay and 1 nay with Mr. Edel as the nay. So, okay, so now we will move on to new business. And we'll hear from Dr. Rich Nye from the Governor Education Advisor regarding first credentials.
Thank you, Vice President Oaks, members of the board and superintendency. It's an honor to be in the Canyon School District tonight. I appreciate the work of our boards and our superintendencies and all the work of our educators who provide high quality educational services to our students, and I appreciate your effort in doing that. I'm pleased to be able to discuss just for a moment what has been a priority of the governor's office, and actually a personal priority and passion that I've had regarding what is now known as HB 260. It's Utah's first credential, and there was some question whether or not it does work. Wonderful. What it is and what it does. And so working with Senator Miller and Representative Val Peterson, we have this shared goal. And when you think of a bill and the things that it seeks to accomplish, this truly is a systems bill. And what I mean by systems bill, it touches on public ed, no question, higher ed, the governor's office, and industry. And so it's bringing into an alignment of effort to identify what it is that we want for the children in our state. By the time they graduate from high school and have that diploma, what does that diploma represent? What is the value proposition behind it? In other words, what is it going to set them up in terms of success into the future? And so you can see the shared goal is very clear. We're working to unite that effort across a PK, and I like to say 20 effort, but at least K-16 effort. And so in the state of Utah, we have 16 institutions of higher education. So that's breaking that down. We have 2 research universities in University of Utah and Utah State. We have a community college, we have our regional universities, and we have our tech colleges. And working with public education, we're identifying what is it that in our system for education is aligned to industry need, for starters. And so that's the goal. Now, the why behind it, and you can just see by the numbers here, particularly the one in the middle, that 71% of the jobs in the state of Utah require some form of first credential. And what is a first credential? Well, that's part of the definition within this bill. And as we consider what it is or what it does, a first credential is either concurrent enrollment, career and technical education pathways, and has the Canyons Board has prioritized innovation with industry. And so if you can imagine a student in high school working on an IT certification. Now, C++ is a certification widely recognized in the IT world as it is around coding and data programming and other things, even network engineering, all of that, right, have different credentials. Now, students could obtain those. Industry is saying they need workers with that skill set. So a student might earn a credential, an industry-specific credential, that industry is telling us that they need, that may require 200, 300 hours of training. What this first credential does under that master plan is identify which of all those industry credentials actually count as a first credential. And again, it's industry helping us drive what preparation looks like for the workforce. and as well does concurrent enrollment and CTE. And so that partnership between the high schools, technical colleges, employers apprenticeship programs, all of it is on board. And I know these things in the Canyons district, again, you launched a study as you were considering what it is that you needed the Innovation Center to do, asked that very question. So I feel like Canyons is really posed to benefit from a bill like HB 260 to be able to launch into providing these resources and supports for our students. Here specifically. As we think, just moving down that list, as we think about where each of the LEAs are, what's interesting is while Canyons is moving forward with this already, what resources and supports would you need in terms of grants from this bill and the fiscal note attached to it? I'll get to that in just a moment, to help you accelerate that. Now, if I'm rural Utah, I may need to look at that a little bit different than what a Canyon school district needs to look at, because maybe for different resources or lack thereof, or maybe they have other industry partners, it's going to look very different across different aspects of our state. And so that master plan, if you're familiar with the digital teaching and learning master plan that we worked on as a state, I don't know, 10 years ago, this falls in that same vein. What is that vision statewide for a first credential? Now, the bill points to specifically work that needs to occur after it passes. And so under the direction of the state superintendent, the commissioner of the Board of Higher Education, and the senior advisor for the governor, we will create what is an oversight committee. And there's a lot of interest in who gets to participate on that, and that work will be determined. But we're going to incorporate some leadership from the districts, from some elected officials, perhaps board members, to say, what does this look like for our state? Let's define it. What is that master plan? And in doing all that, we create a new benchmark. In other words, we're going to identify of all the graduating seniors in the state of Utah, what percentage of those graduating seniors graduated with a first credential. Again, that could be concurrent enrollment for the students that want to go on to the degree granting institutions, 15 credits in that space. It could be a career and technical education concentrator or completer, more likely, and that's that CTE pathway. And then, of course, the industry credential piece of it. Of all those hours that the students get, what qualifies as first credential? That'll set the baseline. If we were to just identify the number of students, or what percentage of the students currently in the state under our current definitions, absent the industry credential, are either graduating with those concurrent enrollment or career and technical education completers, it's 4%. 4%, which is and should be a red flag. When we're identifying the strength of our economy, the strength of our state, how are we preparing students for life after high school? Because graduation with a diploma is a through point to something else. And that's how we need to look at it, and this bill does that. What I like in that, there's a bullet there, and I know the Canyons Board has been looking at that. What are the labor market needs? And so this bill actually provides an annual review to make sure that the systems that we're setting up, again, K-16, so this is public ed and higher ed, are aligned to what the labor market needs. And again, you've asked the question of our industry partners already and have determined a lot of that as you inform what occurs at the Innovation Center. Another point of interest, particularly for parents and students, there's some scholarship funding that this bill entertains. For those students that graduated with the first credential, there's going to be a scholarship opportunity if they so choose to go to one of our universities or regional universities or our tech colleges. And so that last bullet point, I just want to emphasize just a little bit more than perhaps the others. If you earn an industry credential, what is the formula for suggesting those hours that you've used to get that credential could translate to degree-specific programs in higher ed if the child so chose? And not just general elective credits or general education or elective credits that lead to a degree, but program-specific credits for having gone through that work. In other words, in the spirit of true competency, give us what it is that you already know and are able to do, and let's match some credits within a program to further your education in college. So the bill entertains that as well. And Vice President Oakes, please interrupt me at any time if there are any questions.
Does anyone have questions up until this point, or would we like to let Dr. Nye continue? Okay, go ahead.
All right, thank you. And so just visually, the first credential master plan, that piece of it specifically, you can see what the main component parts of that are. one of the questions that I get sometimes is, why isn't this housed at USBE, or why isn't this housed at the Utah System of Higher Education, USHE, right? So the State Board of Education, or why isn't it just housed on the list? If one of those agencies own it, then the others aren't necessarily helping steer this work. And so we really are coming at it more collaboratively to create this master plan. The performance funding framework, again, of interest to the LEAs. The number of students that are graduating with the first credential, the LEA can receive funding to help grow those programs that they already have in place and or expand other programs as, in this case, as a Canyon School District would identify, leading to more opportunity. So that performance funding framework gives LEAs an opportunity to graduate more students, and when they graduate more students, then they receive additional funds than they even had the year before in terms of grants to grow programs. I would just say anything for this. I think I've covered most of those other, well, I will mention stackable credentials. That's something I know that the Canyons District has looked at in the past. And what this does is facilitate that a little bit better in terms of creating those pathways. Money, how much does it cost? Right now, there's actually, in Vice President Oaks, may I give you, and I'm happy to send this to you electronically. What you're seeing is just the slide, and I'll provide all this electronically so you can have in your board backup. In fact, I apologize for not getting it to you sooner to have in your board backup for this evening. But the framework is such where there's about $500,000 that will be used to establish up to that master plan. And that's going to take a lot of work during this summer and into the next year. The Purdue approved credential list, as you can see there, this is an industry-backed credential list. And then lastly, that $1 million in incentive funding that goes to being able to provide LEAs more resources. Now, the question has been, we also have a catalyst bill. That's Speaker Schultz's bill, House Bill 477. They incorporate or complement each other by reference, meaning there's language in each of those bills that suggest if the first credential bill passes, then this is considered. And the first credential bill passes, then these things are considered in 477. And part of that catalyst bill is to identify just what you're already thinking about and doing. How do we connect industry to the educational experience of our students while they're still in high school? And there's some funding per 477 that's going to also help with 477, 447, Speaker Schultz's bill. And so in a nutshell, this is what this bill is. This is what it seeks to accomplish. And at the end of the day, what it really is beginning to answer is how are our students in the state better prepared for post-secondary pursuits, be it career or college. I mean, we've talked about college and career readiness for a long time. This actually creates the system to be the framework for that to occur. And with that, Vice President Oaks, that concludes my presentation unless there's other questions.
Hey, thank you, Dr. Nye. Does anyone have questions or comments they'd like to share? Yeah, Mr. Edel.
Yeah, so I think that this is great, and I really appreciate you coming out for this presentation. You know, this bill, as well as the Catalyst bill, I think are really great ways forward for education, and so I'm thrilled that we've got some avenues for really kind of pushing education, nudging education to meeting the needs of tomorrow, which is the goal that we all have. So I appreciate your work on this, and I appreciate you taking your time this evening to come talk to us about it.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you.
Ms. Pedersen.
Just clarify again for me. If the Catalyst bill passes, then yours doesn't go, or if yours passes, I'm not quite sure. Do they work together?
They do.
I need to be clarified.
Yeah, they do. They complement each other, right? So the Catalyst bill has a fiscal note or an allocation, I believe, about $60 million.
Yeah.
And those are for around that CTE competitive or block grant funding, depending
Right.
on the structure of it. What First Credential does is point to that. And depending on which one, if they both pass, they both point to each other saying, yeah, that's what we want, right? In terms of operability.
Yeah.
And so that funding, if, the Catalyst bill passes, will be also incorporated into some of the master planning work that occurs with First Credential.
What are the chances that they both would pass? Are
I,
you gambling, man?
I mean, I'm not a gambling man, but if
No.
I were, I believe that these will both pass. I'm encouraged by that because one of the issues that, as you know, we sometimes run into when bills make it through the session, even the very best bills that we like a lot, sometimes they don't pass for lack of funding. That's always a reality in that space, but as we're looking at the framework here, we proposed, and we made this a priority in the governor's budget, as well as our priority bills effort. And I know the Public Education Appropriation Subcommittee also prioritized First Credential in terms of what they were going to recommend to the Executive Appropriations Committee, or EAC. So I mean, the stars are lining
Just
up
curious,
pretty
I was
nice.
just trying, I wasn't quite clear on how that,
Yep.
how
The
that
stars are
worked
lining
together.
up pretty nice to
Anyway,
get these passed.
well, thank you. I really, really appreciate that the governor and that education in general is looking forward to what our education system needs to be. We've felt that pressure that we need to be moving ahead, and to see that we have some supports and not have to do that totally on our own is wonderful. So we are happy to see something positive coming
Right.
from the legislature. So thank you.
Yeah. And if I may, one of the largest economic drivers that any state has is the strength of the educated workforce. And this bill recognizes that. And it's more than that, right? So let alone the economic driver and the benefit to the state, it's all about the individual benefit to receive a high quality education. It's about self-sufficiency. If I receive a high quality education, I'm going to be in a better position to provide for myself and a future family. And in turn, that of course strengthens our community and our state. And so this bill really is taking what is a very holistic approach to identify the systems that we would want, not only for our economy, of course, but it's more than that. It's about families. It's about individuals. It's about what it is that we need to accomplish for them.
Thank you. Ms. Nybar.
Well, thank you, Dr. Nye. I think I've been sitting on the board for 5 years. I think this is the first time we've had anyone come and share with us an awesome bill like this that's going to so greatly impact not only education, but our economy and our business. And I think what this bill does is it does a few things. And I couldn't agree more with you. I think one of the reasons why our state is so economically sound is because public school has been the school of choice for most Utahns. And that's been a tradition in our state. And if you've ever lived outside of the state, right, like many of us have, we are unique in that way. And it's an amazing opportunity for our Utahns to come together from different cultures and different backgrounds and different, family dynamics, and sit together in a public education classroom to learn from each other and grow together, and for us to deliver such quality education. And the fact that we're able to do that and families continue to choose public education is huge. This bill provides such a great opportunity for innovation and to look towards the future of what do our students really need to graduate. And that's one thing that's awesome about Utah. I think we've done a pretty good job as a state of predicting, right, of what we need to do to help our economy stay strong and to build business. And this is exciting because it just provides such a great pathway for kids. So I really appreciate you coming. This is a very dynamic and exciting thing, and goes hand in hand with what we're trying to do as a school district. And that ability for kids to be so marketable in the workforce, and even to be able to do that aside from higher ed, but to be able to get some credentialing and things done and go straight into the workforce, or just even a fast track plan through higher ed. It's all very, very innovative, and definitely looking at what's needed with this generation. So thank you for coming. I'm super excited about this, and this really aligns with the goals that we've set as a district as well. So
Yeah, I
thanks.
appreciate that. And if I may, Vice President, to the point of the purposes of public education, I mean, that's codified. It's in state statute, right? It's Chapter 53E, Part 2, Section 201, that identifies essentially what you've said, and what the Canyons Board of Education said is, what is it we want for our kids, and how do we prepare them for that success? And again, this is very much in alignment with what we've established as a state, is what is that system? And the one is, I mean, 3 parts, among other parts of that section of code, is building up that self-sufficiency that like we're talking about, and for education to be able to provide students with an understanding of their rights as citizens. And then the third principle is for the strength of the state and the nation, right? And so this hits on all of those. And I will say, in terms of parent choice, since you bring that up, R277700, which is state board rule, which is the elementary and secondary general core requirements, this isn't actually adding another requirement to graduate. So there have been some parents that says, well, I like the idea, however, I don't know that I want to pursue that. That's fine. It's completely, as school districts, working with parents hand in hand and providing those educational services for kids, our students, our children, they have choice in that, right? So if this is something that they don't necessarily want to pursue, depending on how the district chooses to set that up, then there's nothing in the bill that would require them to participate in that way. And it doesn't touch on graduation requirements with the State Board of Education.
Thank you for that clarification. Is there anyone else who would like to speak or say anything? Okay, just real quick, I have a couple questions. So the 60 million that is being proposed from the Catalyst bill, is that coming out of the Economic Stabilization Fund? Is that where it's proposed? And it's one-time funding?
Yes.
Okay. And then
I would say one-going funding.
One going.
Which actually makes me cringe a little. As a former superintendent and chief budgeting officer, you try not to budget with one-time funds in an ongoing fashion.
Right.
This bill entertains an ongoing commitment using one-time funds.
Okay.
Currently, and that's all subject to change.
And then just looking at the current slide that's up here, so are these hypothetical numbers here, or is that kind of per LEA? I'm assuming that it probably changes somewhat based off of how many students you have participating. Is that correct?
Yes, and so the bill points to work that needs to, the formulaic work that needs to occur after or when or if the bill passes, that says how would we take these amounts as a starting point. There's going to be a lot to learn as we build out that master credential list. We establish a new baseline of the number of students that are getting that first credential and what the formula would need to be to incentivize districts to advance and have more students. With all of that formula, work would occur after.
That's great. Well, thank you so much for coming, and we really appreciate. I think I can speak on behalf of myself and my fellow board members. We really appreciate you looking at this and really pushing the innovation piece at the governor's office and at the legislature. We all know it's definitely needed. And here's another thing I'm going to say. I echo so much of what Ms. Nybar said. I know that public education can be innovative. In fact, just like some of these parents that came from Granite Elementary, some of whom left private schooling to realize that their public school is an even better option. I have seen personally by traveling and seeing some of these innovation centers in other states, we only visited innovation centers that were run by public school districts. Some of the most innovative schooling that is happening across the country comes from public schools, and I am excited to be able to be a part of this with all of you. I think we have wonderful things to look forward to, so thank you for representing us up at the governor's office.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, now we will go ahead and move on to item B and new business, the SHARP survey update with Dr. Brian McGill, Director of Student Wellness Services.
Good evening, Canyon School Board. It's great to see the work of Dr. Nye and higher ed and public ed coming together. 20 years ago, I had an opportunity to work in higher ed and be a part of the K-16 Alliance that shaped what we're doing today. So I'm here to speak on behalf of SHARP Survey. I also want you to know I had two options tonight, one to go to the gym and one to come here, and I chose you guys, so. At the directive of my superintendent, of course. In student wellness services, you know, our mission is to ensure each student is safe, healthy, and ready to learn. And I think that ties in a lot to the data that we're gonna speak to tonight. You know, I heard Vice President Oakes talk about Canyons District providing world-class education, while having clean and welcoming environments. And this definitely ties in with that directly. One of the things that I walked away from having attended the Texas School Safety Commission conference a couple years back to back is looking at ways that we can create the safest possible measure of schools. And there's a 7-tier framework that has been worked into this, and it's something I've actually been presenting as part of the parent canyoneering night here in Canyons. In fact, Jackson had an opportunity to sit in one of my sessions at Hillcrest. And what I've done here is I've highlighted in green each of the areas and the indicators that support SHARP's data that we're going to speak to tonight. Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So at the Utah Association of Secondary School Principals here recently, Dr. Sid Dixon talked about being student-driven and data-informed instead of just data-driven decision-making. And I really liked what she had to say there, because really what she's speaking to is it takes that qualitative kind of narrative side, the human side of what we do with students day in and day out, and looking at ways that we can quantify our work and bring about improvements where we have gaps or need. Now more than ever, as we know in public education, school districts are providing a lot of these needs to students through such things as teen centers, food pantries, clothing closets, all kinds of stuff, right? And really the ultimate goal there is to help a student become an optimal learner so that they can in turn be college, career, and life ready, as well as making sure that we're hitting the marks with attendance, with grades, behaviors, and graduation rates, which are all high prominent indicators that we look to and evaluate as a district. So aside from the priority indicators I just mentioned, a couple of HCS initiatives, our human-centered supports strategic plan pillar talks about providing support for the physical, social, and psychological safety of students and staff, and that we will implement a tiered systems to support the social, emotional, and mental well-being of students. And the data here tonight that we're going to speak to definitely hits on that mark. So speaking on behalf of SHARP's survey, it's been a 20-year collaborative partnership. It's been an opportunity for us to be able to look at longitudinal data over the last 2 decades to look at trend line measures with things such as behavior, risk prevention, substance use, things that we as administrators can take to heart to build a better culture and climate at our school. As part of that partnership, we've had several of our local city leaders reach out to us and ask for information and data on their feeder schools so they can take a look at developing healthy youth programs for each of their cities. And I feel like Governor Cox really summed this up well in the quote down there at the bottom. SHARP survey is the most comprehensive source of information on the challenges and opportunities our youth face because the information comes from youth themselves. Good data helps us identify risks and develop policies and interventions that help all Utah families and youth feel supported, safe, and able to thrive. We appreciate having parents and school districts actively involved in this survey. And it does take a village, right? As we know, parents and us working collectively together to build children up. So what is SHARPS exactly? As I mentioned, it's a prevention needs assessment survey. We assess 6th, 8th, 10th, and 12th grade every other year. Our high schools have pretty much completed minus makeups. Indian Hills is now finished, so we've just got 3 middle schools that we're looking to finish up here in the next couple of weeks, followed by some makeup dates. Who participates? Public districts, charter, private schools. As part of our summer online registration, we gave parents the option to either opt in or out with a toggle in Skyward. This was required as part of a legislative mandate from last session to include any and all surveys that tie into this kind of data and framework to be housed in the online registration process. Parents can go into Skyward and actually change their permissions. Eric Taylor set up with this in Skyward. And students can also opt out. The very first question asks them if they want to participate in the survey. We've actually had some students at the middle school and the high school, not a lot, but we've had a few that have exercised that right to not participate. As we look at participation rates, right, this is key and critical in terms of generalization of the data. In 2021, we had nearly 4,400, dropped down to 2,800, and then we're back on track for about 5,000, give or take, just looking at projected numbers of participation. And as I made mention, stronger generalizing allows us to focus and target on high-risk need areas, And then also by having the same survey questions, we're able to cross-correlate data and do comparisons with state, with other districts, school to school, so on and so forth. So each of the SHARP's focus areas are listed there. The survey is confidential and voluntary. Links to each grade level survey questions were included in the online registration process that I just spoke to. One of the other things that we've created is an actual housed web page with all of the SHARP's information. So if parents want to go and look at the actual questions, we have all 3 survey samples up that they're able to go through and look at. They can pull it up in a PDF as a quick glance. As I made mention, we can cross-correlate data, which is really nice. So if we wanted to look at, for example, screen time and how that interrelates to sleep patterns, we can certainly do that. If we want to look at screen time and how that relates to mental health, such things as depression and anxiety, we're able to cross-correlate that data. And then also engagement in school and also looking at mental health. So those are just some examples of ways that we can cross-correlate the data, which provides us with helpful means in my department. So looking at the data findings, I've just highlighted some of those in green. So the levels of use are down overall and below state average for substance use, which is good. It does assess school environment. So again, as our principals are writing their TSSPs and their land trust and their culture and climate goal, this is data that they can look to utilize as part of that individual school plan. But our students in general enjoy school. They see the relevance to lifelong learning. Middle school students have actually been very vocal in wanting more extracurricular opportunities, and this is something that's been brought up in our access and opportunity group as they, it's a way for them to further identify as part of that school community. Our engagement is higher than the state average and less students feeling left out. So again, more inclusive environments at school. I would say probably one of the biggest, most pivotal indicators is as it relates to the mental health of our students. Our students actually reported lower rates of depression, anxiety, and suicidation when compared to like peers across all of their districts. And I think that just speaks volumes to the work that Leon does with his magic in providing supports out in each of our schools. Customizing prevention and intervention. So one of the things we're able to do with SHARP survey is we can actually create programs aligned with the needs that come out in the data. One of those obviously being Thrive Times, at the elementary level, digital citizenship, our mental health screening nights, after school programs, our PBIS rewards programs, wellness rooms, and at the secondary level, such things as the High School Leadership Academy, which Dr. Sherwood and I have run now for 2 years consecutively, advisory lessons, and again, mental health screening nights, as well as everything else listed in there. One of the other things that we do is we customize our Canyons Family Center. This is actually a really unique service that we provide to Canyons students and parents. Not all districts provide something like this, but for free, we offer parenting classes, we offer classes for students. We also offer intakes and individual counseling as well as family counseling Tuesday and Wednesday nights at Mount Jordan Middle School. And that's just a nice added service that the district provides for our families. As I made mention, right now our principals are in the midst of creating their TSSPs and land trusts. So again, this is data that they can look to utilize as it relates to that goal. It also can help inform a principal for what kind of parent nights they need to have in their local community. When I was the principal at Alta, one of the things we did was we invited in Dr. Christy Kane, who spoke to our parents about screen time, social media use, and the connection to depression and mental health and suicidation, as that was an area that we felt like we needed to address in our particular community. It can help with PTSA, student leadership. One of the really cool things that I saw with our students last May, in fact, I was going through some pictures today. I should have included in the presentation. I'll send you what the kids came up with. But as part of the High School Leadership Academy, I actually provided a one-page summary of all of their SHARPS data. And we actually went through and looked at like strengths, weaknesses, opportunities for them to grow as they're creating a culture action plan for their school. And I just pulled up Brighton's values, teamwork, community, being inclusive, athletics, education, behavior, reducing cliques, increasing school spirit, ways to further help our attendance rates, and overall student leadership, getting more students involved in leadership. Some of the actions that they want to do based on the data that that was shared with them. They want students to feel more included, that they have some students that feel socially isolated, so that's an area that they wanted to target. They also wanted to ensure a safe school, everything that they could do to create, positive feedback for their peers and just create that healthy environment back at school. So that just kind of gives you an example of ways that some of the schools have used the data to put that together. And it was really fun to see their excitement. I mean, I love data, but to see these high school kids actually, with their big Post-its down on the floor, looking at their data, having collaborative conversations, and creating a plan that they can take back to their school to help their, fellow peers was pretty powerful to be able to see. And then one of the most critical components to this is we use Sharps data to apply and qualify for several different grant-based funds. And to give you an example, I've listed out all the grants that we utilize Sharps data that we use with. One of those grants in particular are at risk. It's about 5.3 million, and just looking at all of the personnel on that, it's about 70 to 80 employees just on that one grant. 90% of those employees are tied back into student wellness in some capacity, whether it be counselors, social workers, school psychs. So obviously very impactful and imperative that we continue with those supports and those services. So that's all I got. Questions?
Okay, board, are there any questions or comments? Ms. Sniper? And then Mr. Lewis.
Okay, well, no doubt about it. Your department does some amazing things. Very cool to hear about the student leadership, collaborating and analyzing the data. Love that. Love all the things that your department does to help build community and school climate, not only for our students, but also our faculty, like the red shoe that you do on Fridays. I love that. I really appreciated the breakdown, especially with the funding. I think that's been a question for many, in the public is, why do we do this? Why is it administered? And, that's something that I've been open about, that there is different grants and things that we can apply for as we gather this information. I think some of the major concerns for parents are some of the questions as far as the possibility of leading, youth at sometimes a more vulnerable, impressionable age, maybe down a thinking path that could possibly, create some thinking that maybe wouldn't originally be there. And, I've had some pretty good discussion about that in the past. If I could wave a magic wand, what I think would be amazing is like we have our smart testing, whereas the students answer correctly, the test gets harder so we can gauge where they're at. I think it'd be amazing if with this student health and risk assessment, if the students started answering questions in such a way that they were at risk, then the questions could get to that next level. Because my primary concern, I think, as a parent is this a very good tier 1 situation? I have 7 sons. Some of my sons could take that test, breeze through it, and not mentally or emotionally be affected one bit. They wouldn't think deeper about any of those questions. They'd say, I know who I am. I know my answers on all this. Yep. I have some who are maybe a little more deep thinking, maybe a little bit more of a worrier, maybe a little more emotionally and sensitively connected, that maybe as they go throughout this test and they're asked these questions, that they start thinking, oh, is that something that I need to be worried about? As any good tests are designated, there's some questions, right, where they kind of reword it and say it later. So there's a little bit of a power of suggestion. In the past, one thought was also just to be able to assess how students feel. You can do a mood test where they circle the face of how they're feeling before they take the test and after. I would love to do that as a district, just so we can gauge, is this emotionally affecting our students? Because of course this is valid information, important information for us to gather, but to know, is this being harmful to any of our students emotionally, or, making them feel uncomfortable? I think you've done an awesome job of making everything very transparent and visible with those links and those questions. And I think the greatest litmus test of that is the fact that our room isn't full of parents that are concerned about the SHARP survey, because now they've been more informed. Not to say that maybe some of them aren't concerned, but I think it's been, they've been informed really well. Here's the questions. You can opt out, even if you opted in by accident at registration. And I think that's the key here, is for parents, to have that choice and for that to be, available to them. I have a question for you. Is there any other surveys where we can gather some of this same information that we could apply for grants that maybe other states are using?
So we also administer the USBE/CSD Culture and Climate Survey. We generally do that in rotation with this particular survey, but that's specific to us and our district. It doesn't give us like comparison data or longitudinal data looking at trend lines and different patterns of gaps that we need to fill as it relates to services. And then, of course, we've got an amazing data dashboard. Our IT department, Jeff Murray, does an excellent job with customizing that. And we can pull lots of different data from dashboards, such as attendance, ODRs, like looking at discipline rates, behaviors, grades, so on and so forth. But SHARPS is unique in the sense that, like I said, there's comparison data and that longitudinal data that we can kind of monitor over time.
Any of those grants on your list there that we could pull some of that other awesome data that we have, like office referrals, all of the things you talked about that we could use to submit, or do we have to have specifically the SHARP survey data?
So we're not required to have SHARP's survey data for the grants. We could certainly look at other means and ways. Like I said, we have a very robust dashboard system, so we could pull information from that. But we have generally used the SHARP's data, as well as do a lot of other districts, for a lot of these grant writing based opportunities. So.
Okay, thanks. And then also, what would you say would be the positives, what are the pros and cons if a survey like this would be, the option to do this survey would be given to students after, say, some events, office referrals or things like that, where they're already designated as perhaps a risk assessment might be useful. We do that in other areas of the government. For example, if a minor gets a ticket or any sort of violation, right, then they have a probation officer that then gives them a risk assessment test because they've been flagged because they violated a law. If we were to do something similar like that and only administrate this or give this an option for parents and students to fill out if they had, if they had shown warning signs of that, what would be the pros and cons?
Well, I want to state we do what's called a CSTAG, which is a threat assessment. So anytime students come forward that has expressed a concern either online or face-to-face or at the school, our administrators and our wellness team staff members are trained to do that threat assessment. So that's something that we do in terms of averting violence. Beyond that, to answer your question as far as the data goes, I mean, we could certainly look at different means and measures, to be able to use that to apply for grants. So.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Mr. Lewis.
My question was actually answered. I looked back on the presentation and the answer was already there, but thank you.
Oh, awesome. Thanks, Jackson.
All right, Mr. Edel.
So thank you for the presentation and for the information. I've also been looking over the survey itself. So first, I want to say to everyone involved, thank you for like how easy this is to opt in or opt out. I really appreciate that. I have a sixth grader who took the test this year, or not the test, sorry, the survey
Survey. Yeah.
this year. And while I want to acknowledge the concerns that my colleague made, as well as the various parents out there, I do want to express my support for this as a tool. This tool doesn't just try to pick out, right, the specific issues that a student has. It looks at the whole student body, which I think is really important. And as you mentioned, those trend lines, right, so that we can see how we're doing. And we do have to do that with a broad sample of the students. But I do want to specifically mention, because it was brought up that some of these might lead kids down to various thinking paths. So first, with like suicidal ideation, we know that if you ask someone if they're planning to commit suicide or hurt themselves, it doesn't lead them down that path of committing suicide or hurting themselves. Same thing with drug use, right? And I understand that there are people out there who get mad at various people because their student got into drugs, and obviously their student would have never have gotten into drugs if not for a specific instance. And I'm not saying that anyone said it was this, right? But I have heard that where administrators have been yelled at because, well, it's their fault that their student got into drugs, and you know, they should have prevented this one-time incident that got their kids into marijuana babes, right? But it's not that simple, and it happens over a long period of time, and it happens with friend groups, and it's an evolving process, right, along with a lot of these bad behaviors. And the poor behaviors are absolutely no reflection, you know, they're not a direct reflection on the parents, right? No matter how awesome of a parent you can be, your child can always veer off the path, and there's nothing we can do about that except our best, right? And I think every parent wants to do their best. And so I don't want to pin this on the parents, right? But this indicator helps us to see the overall picture and the different supports we can put in place, but more importantly, if those supports work. And so those supports that we're able to implement because of this, along with supportive households, help our students as a whole. They help drive these statistics down, and these aren't just statistics, these are kids. So when we look here and we look at your presentation of the behaviors, or sorry, the indicators that have gone down, right? So levels of substance use are down and below state average. This isn't just a statistic. These are kids that haven't gotten into substance abuse. Our school environment, these aren't just 90% of kids that feel safe at school. Like, these are kids that feel safe at school, right? They're my kids, they're your kids, they're kids' friends. And so I do acknowledge that these are sensitive topics, and that they are hard to read sometimes. But I just feel that the good that they can do is sometimes worth maybe a little bit of discomfort over a really short period of time. I imagine it doesn't take very long for them to take the survey. And in fact, taking the survey was a side note from my sixth grader. I almost didn't know about it. But you know, at my house, we also have some tough conversations. None of them have come from this survey yet, but they do come from school. And so based on what happens at school, based on what the kids experience, based on what the kids' friends are doing, you know, we have tough and hard conversations at school about school. So it does happen. But I just want to say that I appreciate this survey and the immense amount of good that it can do to help us to make sure that what we're doing is effective or ineffective, right? And we can see that you know, that we've made a lot of progress on some of these, and then we can see some of these indicators show that some areas where we should focus on. So just thank you and your team so much for this.
Thanks, Andrew. Yeah, just one comment to that. You know, we talk about, we want our parents, as parents, to do their best with their children. We as a school district also feel the same responsibility. We want to provide what's best for our students overall. And again, this allows us to be able to customize those classes and that content and the needs of our students as well as our parents. So.
Okay, Ms. Dolly?
I'll be brief, but just thank you so much for all the work you've put into this. It's nice to see how this data is then used in creating all these programs to help support our students in so many various ways. So thank you for everything on that.
You bet. Thanks, Katie.
Anyone else? Okay. Real quick, I just wanted to ask a clarifying question. So I know we talked about the fact that there are other assessments out there that can provide data. Just out of curiosity, in terms of applying for grants, is it helpful to use Sharps because it's more recognizable, like compared to other ones? Like, help me better understand why Sharps.
Yeah, I think because so many districts are utilizing it, and again, it's that comparison data. We don't have any other kind of data that allows us to be able to compare these types of issues, these topics across a state, across districts, even across school communities, right? And we've used it all along, and we've been able to leverage a lot of funds, you know, with its utilization. So it's kind of the unknown, right? If we didn't have the data, do we have other data sources? Absolutely. Is that going to make for a more powerful application or a weaker application? I mean, to be determined. If we did away with it and we applied for grants and didn't get the funding, I guess we would have our answer. But you know, whatever the board wants to do as far as direction, I mean, we're open to. So.
Okay, and just real quick, one additional thing. So I know one of the slides talked about how in the registration process, that the parents have access to the questions. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because it kind of arose as an issue in mine and Ms. Nyberg's community recently. And I went back and I looked at my 6th graders' registration. I see hyperlinks to the school climate survey sample questions, but I don't see the ones to the SHARP survey. I see the survey flyer and I see the consent letter and obviously the place where we can toggle yes or no. But I'm wondering, and this was a suggestion from some of those parents, if maybe we could have a hyperlink similar to the climate survey in the registration so that you can see the actual questions. I think that would be helpful.
Yeah, in fact, I've already talked with Kirsten, and what we'll provide is that PDF.
Okay.
Which at a quick glance, they can just pull up the document. They can
Right.
scroll through all of it. It makes it very easy
Right.
and accessible instead of click on this link, click on this question, click on this question. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
we want to make that process, again, as transparent as we possibly can be and as easy to be able to access as part of online registration, because we know many parents, I'm one of those that's probably guilty of it, of going in and just like click, 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 because you want to get done with it quick. And, you know, and then all of a sudden, you know, 6 months later, it's like, oh, Sharp Survey Administration. Well, what did I select on that? So.
Well, and I have to give you kudos. The morning that kind of like mushroomed as a question, you were immediately available on the phone to help me, you know, explain to the parents where they could find the place for them to opt out rather than if they had opted in without realizing. I mean, you guys have been great. And I think that it addressed parent concerns up front. Again, to a lot of what's been said, parents have the option of simply just not having their child take the survey.
As well as their child too.
Right, as well as their child. But in the meantime, it seems as though we are getting a cross-section of information that is valuable in various ways. And so I don't know if there's, you know, an appetite from the board as a whole to change what we're using as far as gathering this type of data. If there is, let me know otherwise. But anyway, we really appreciate you coming and sharing with us this information. It's been very insightful.
You're welcome. And I've provided for the board, and you guys have an analysis piece that looks at 21 versus 23. So if you want to look at the data, like high scale in depth of where we've gone up and where we've gone down by each indicator, I had provided that to Cindy to be able to provide a copy to each of you. So if you want to go through that, you can. And it's good data for our, like I said, our principals to have too, as they're developing programs and different things to create that positive culture back at their school. So,
Well, and I'm guessing that it provided a lot of insight about how kids were impacted by COVID.
yeah, for sure. We know that COVID had a major impact, but it's hard to quantify it, right?
Yeah.
But I think we're seeing, a few years coming out of that with, attendance issues and behavior issues and discipline, that it certainly had an effect. It was a trauma that, all of our kids, we as adults, experienced and were faced with. And, I feel like each year as we get back into kind of that normalcy groove, the better we're doing. But yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so that brings us to item C, under the business section of the meeting. It's consideration for adoption of a resolution for the, sorry, Ms. Nybar has one more thing she'd like to say.
I really appreciate the extra communication to parents, because when they're registering, I'm really grateful that we have that timely notice go out, because some people, if they're registering multiple kids, it can maybe get lost in the shuffle. So I appreciate that. Just the last thing that I wanted to bring up is that we feel confident that when we request to have tests customized and things like that, that they will be responsive to that. I know that sometimes the communication there, although we've been very clear, hasn't been the best. Do you feel confident in the future with that?
I do moving forward. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you so much for getting right on that with
You bet.
this year. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll move on to item C, consideration for adoption of a resolution for the Board of Education of Canyon School District, Utah, authorizing the issuance and sale of not more than $25,500,000 principal amount of its refunding bonds 2025A and related matters. This is a first reading with Leanne Wilcox, Business Administrator, presenting.
We had lots of people here tonight. I just feel bad they're missing out on a bond refunding presentation. They don't know what they're missing. Just go through, we hit some of this at our last board meeting about a possible refunding that has come our way. When we refund, it's similar to refinancing on a home. That's what we're looking at here. Back in 2015, it's hard to believe, I guess Amber would have been the only board member at the time. We issued bonds we listed the last batch of bonds from our 2010 election. They are now eligible to be what we call refunded or refinanced. What we're looking to do is reduce the repayment time frame by 2 years. We were scheduled to pay those off in 2033. We're looking to just slightly advance that to 2031, similar to maybe going from a 20-year mortgage to a 15-year mortgage. We do look at this as saving around $850,000. That's net present value when it's all said and done. Now, it will depend on when interest rates at the time, but so we'll hopefully get that amount, but we'll have to see. A couple things. This refunding will allow us some greater flexibility as we look at long-term capital projects beginning in 2032, but it's going to lessen our flexibility in 2031 and excuse me, it should actually be 2030 and 2031 there, but I'll show you that on the next slide. Lots of documents on the next onboard docs. Won't go over those, but we will ask you to approve those in a motion at our March 4th meeting if the board's willing to, if the board would like us to go down this route here. Just a picture, I think, shows what we're looking at here. Schedule to my left is our current bond schedule. I'm going to look at those 2 years, 2032 and 2033, the red portion right there. We are looking to move those up 2 years to 2030 and 2031. So you can see on the one on the right would be the proposed. So again, our bond payment will go up for those 2 years in 2030 and 2031, but it's still a net savings. But then starting in 2032, 2033, we actually have more flexibility to look at some projects that way. Again, I want to emphasize this, I don't think I did last year time. You know, as we look at, to go to a possible pay-as-you-go model on funding future projects, you know, we're gonna take money out of as our debt service falls off, as you can see there in the 2030s, we will move that money into capital. That will require a tax hearing, okay, because we are raising taxes, but we are lowering our debt. So the taxpayer should not see any difference. But how the money comes into us will be a difference, okay? So there is so we'll be going over that, but that is the gist of what we're proposing going forward. But that's for, again, many board meetings down the line. Here's just a big spreadsheet of all the numbers that rolls up into these graphs here. You can see the total numbers there. Our debt payment will go from about 41.7 in 2031 down to just over 21 million in 2032 by doing that. Here's what we're looking at, our outstanding debt. Again, still a lot of money that we owe, you know, because we have passed two very large bonds, plus paying off all those years on the Jordan debt. But we had 365 to start this year. You can see the numbers on this refunding, and then we'll have another bond payment in June. So we'll be down to about 332 after this year. Again, a few years ago, those who were with us, you know, we were in the 450s, 480 range. So have knocked it down a little bit, starting to knock it down. This is the resolution. We won't go over this. Just to put this on some poor soul's radar, though, we will ask you to read it into the record at the March 4th meeting. But we won't need to do that now. Here's just the timing of events. Again, we'll ask for that resolution on the March 4th. In the meantime, we'll be finishing up our bond offering statements, meeting with rating agencies, and looking to sell these bonds when they're actually in close on them, when we get to that, what we call it the call date, which is actually June 15th. So looking to sell around mid-May and then close on the bonds, similar to closing on your house around June 10th, around that call date there. If interest rates do look to pivot one way or the other, mainly go up, we may try to advance it a little sooner. But right now, lots of volatility, but we think they're staying about where they probably will for the next little while. A couple things, future events on these refundings. The next one we can do is in 3 years from now in 2028 from our bonds we issued in this 2017 election. And a final note, you know, the federal government, as they're looking at ways to increase revenue to help fill the debt that the federal government's in, you know, one of the options that they have out on the table right now is to eliminate tax-exempt state municipal bonds and make all bonds taxable. So the holders of these bonds do not pay income tax, federal income tax, on the interest they get. So that's why they're tax exempt. If that goes away and they do have to start paying taxes on that, that will increase the rate. And that will be a big impact on school districts nationwide, as well as counties, states, everyone in the future. Hasn't gone into effect yet, but there are some discussions on that. So with that, happy to take any questions.
Okay, Mr. Edel?
Hey, thank you so much for your work on this. This is fiscally responsible, it's forward-leaning, and it sets the district up for a really solid future, especially as we look at our long-range planning. So I just wanted to express my support and say thank you for really looking toward the future and the future of maintaining and or rebuilding schools and the most fiscally responsible method of doing that. And I know that reading the resolution is going to be the most riveting point of our next board meeting. So I encourage everyone to tune in for that.
Everybody tune in. Yeah. If it is all right, we will bring that back for your approval next board meeting then.
As a second reading.
Second reading
Okay.
with possible act, hopefully action taken.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyone else like to, any questions? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox. We really appreciate your help and everything that you do. You're an amazing business administrator, so. All right, we have come to the part where we get to hear staff comments and hear from Superintendent Robbins and then from Leon Wilcox.
Thank you, Vice President Oaks. First off, just want to say thank you to all of our teachers and teachers that are still here. I really appreciated all the comments tonight about lots of different issues that we're dealing with, and just the kind words of support as well. Also want to thank our officers. Officer Ballard's still here, and Officer Boots was here earlier. It's always a comfort to look back and see those gentlemen in the back that keep us safe. And I don't think we can underscore the difficult jobs that they have in supporting us and our schools. And I know they know this, but it's worth saying again publicly that, you know, they know that we have their backs and that we support them 100%. And you know, if we could wave a magic wand and have a SRO in every school, you know, I think if our legislature really wanted to make, you know, a difference in that regard and have impact, I think that would be the best case scenario. Also, want to thank Krista and CEA for being here tonight and their comments of support. I want to speak to a little bit to the appointments tonight. And first off, want to thank the board for your support in approving those appointments. I want to express deep appreciation to board member Edel too for his comments. But I also want to speak a little bit on my perspective, which very few people have lived in my shoes or have lived in Superintendent Newey's shoes. First and foremost, being part of the process, we opened this position nationwide. We posted it all over the country. We did the very best job we could to get the very best candidates that were out there. And I felt like, and the committee felt like, going through that process, that we found the best candidate. Not only did we vet the candidates through our own reference checks, we opened that up to board members to do the same. And I think that's a very important part of the process, especially at this level. Frankly, the reality is that this job of Innovation Center Director is limited to a few people in the world. And I don't say this with great pride or ego, but when I was hired in 2020 to come to Canyons, I felt like at that time this was the charge that the district and the board had to bring me here. Unfortunately, we ran into a little thing called the pandemic for a few years, got us off track, but I don't think it ever took away from the vision that the board had at that time. And so fast forward to now, being in the position that we're in, I think, you know, looking at the landscape of education and looking at really what is it going to take to make our students' experience relevant in today's society and world, we're on the right track. I think, you know, when we're thinking about, you know, students and college graduates that you hear about, you know, degrees to nowhere, and what does even a high school diploma mean? This work is so relevant in moving the district forward that I'm 100% confident that we're going in the right direction. Having said that, I think being in this role and being a leader, you know, it's very easy to speculate on a person's responsibility when it comes to their competence or their character. I've been the victim of that very issue myself, and frankly, when you get to this level, you sign up for this. You know that if you're going to be a leader, that kind of criticism or that kind of speculation is going to come. But I also think that in being fair to Reed and this appointment, what do you do when you're in that role? You try to make the system better than you found it. And in my opinion, when Superintendent Newey, and I've known him many years, when he took over in Davis, these issues were not new. Did they persist under his watch? Absolutely. But as Board Member Pedersen pointed out, we can say the same thing about many issues that persist in canyons. Are those 100% my fault? Maybe. I've sat up here, and taken blame for a lot of issues that maybe were my fault, maybe they weren't. But I understand at the end of the day, the buck stops with me. And I guess my point is that if we're wrong in this hire, then I'm the wrong superintendent to lead the school district. But if we're right, then we've made a decision that will impact this district and thousands of students for the good going forward. And I'm willing to risk my own career and my own reputation on this hire. If I didn't, I wouldn't have come here in the first place. So I think it's important that all issues are weighed equally in this conversation. And I just want, and I say that out of all due respect to all of the comments that have been made tonight. I respect it. I understand the process in all of these decisions. They're very, very difficult to make, as you can see. Ultimately, that rests with me, and I want the public and our board to know that. I'm not at all shying away from that responsibility. If in the end there are problems that are inherited, then that rests on my shoulders and no one else's. So I'm excited about the future. I hope we'll continue to work together. The one thing that I've said this many times through all of the issues that have somehow found their way into public schools as ground zero is that we have a relationship. We are the difference in making a positive impact on our students for tomorrow. Our democracy is in the balance, and it's our teachers and great people that show up every day. Are we perfect? No. Our funds and resources infinite? No. They're very finite. We have to make hard decisions. We know how they impact people's lives, but it's not because people in this district don't care or don't look at things with a thoughtful eye and understanding what that impact actually is. So I guess my point is, going forward, I'm excited about the direction that we're headed, and I appreciate our board. I appreciate the decisions that they have to make. I appreciate our teachers, our staff, everybody involved in making Canyons the great district that it is. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Wilcox.
Yes, thank you, Vice President Oaks. Just to dovetail on Dr. Robbins' comments, I was on both the initial screening committee for the innovation director and the interview committee. We had some great candidates, no doubt about it, in district, out of district. But when we looked at the needs of the job to get us going, to make this right to begin with, we really felt like Mr. Newey was the choice. Should be said, I grew up in Davis County. My dad was an administrator in Davis County schools. He died just over a year ago now, for 36 years. I have two sisters. They're both teachers in Davis County. Their schools are not perfect. Not to undermine or to there are issues everywhere. We know that there are issues in our schools and all throughout the state and this nation. So I do appreciate the comments that have been said by all board members, including Mr. Edel, on this. We all have to work together to get better with that. That being said, one of my sisters is a CTE coordinator at a high school, and she has repeatedly said that, Mr. Newey was the driving force behind the Catalyst Center to make it what it is. And as Dr. Nye said earlier, that's right now the benchmark for the state. They have a bill out there named the Cattle Center. For that, I don't think that's the best name for it, but that's what it's named. And they're trying to put $65 million into it this year to help kids get these first so we can get instructors with these first credentials and these kids going on to industry needed careers where industry needs them right now. So again, we all have work to do. We know that. And I just appreciate the discussion tonight. Just one other note. I just want to give a shout out to one of our bus drivers, Jackie Butterfield. She drives our bus up Big Cottonwood Canyon on February 7th. That's a Friday. Snowstorm comes in, avalanche comes down. She's unfortunately on the other side of the avalanche going up the canyon. Gets up there, is able to navigate everything that was going on and gets the kids dropped off. Turns around at the loop and is just stuck there because she can't come down. Fortunately, a couple of the kids' families brought her dinner that night. We were actually trying to find her a hotel room. Couldn't do it, but then the canyon started opening up, but she had to basically, along with everybody else, just crawl down the canyon. She didn't get home till 11 o'clock that night. Again, that Friday's an early out, so she basically started up the canyon at 2 o'clock. So, that just shows you the dedication of all of our employees. We heard Andy being mentioned for the National ESP of the Year, and that just tells you so many great teachers too as well. And just to give you a couple quick updates, I'll give you updates next meeting on Hillcrest and Jordan, but we have some Stacy from Eastmont. We are going on restrooms and the elevator there. It's a slow process, but making some progress there. And the other one that we're working on is Corner Canyon. We've lucked out with, for the most part, pretty good weather, so we can make some good advancements on the field. And the steel for the field house is scheduled to start arriving this next week, so you'll start seeing that go up over the next little while. So some good news happening in these areas. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll start with board comments on this side. So, what's that? Oh, it's Karen's turn. I didn't keep track. Sorry, we're starting from this side. Thank you, Andrew.
First off, I'm probably going to not make very long comments because my voice just sounds so badly and you don't need to listen to it. But I do want to make sure that all of our employees understand that we do respect and support them in all the work that they do, and that no matter what the legislature does, that doesn't change our relationship, and that we will continue to work with our various employee groups and figure this out. It's a difficult time, but we still love and support them. We know that we are nothing without them. The school could not happen without our ESPs and support personnel and our teachers. So they're our key, they're our heart. I also want to publicly thank Charlie and Susan for spending hours and hours and hours and hours up at the legislature trying to make sense of everything that's going on and trying to keep us informed. It's very beneficial to us to understand where things are coming from, and they do an amazing job with their work up there. I'm also grateful that I have had this past little while a couple of opportunities to go to SEC meetings and listen to the hard work that our schools are going through. As that's been mentioned a number of times, that they're working on their trust lands and their programs for next year, and they have been so amazing, taking the data that they have now and showing all that great growth and then pushing it forward. They are doing such a good job, and I'm really impressed with the processes that they're going through and the things that they are doing. And I'm looking forward to heading to the special needs, is it basketball tomorrow? Anyway, basketball game tomorrow. That's always one of my favorite events to attend and see the enthusiasm going on. over at Hillcrest. So thank you.
First of all, I'd like to thank our Granite community for showing up tonight to support our teachers, and showing that parents stand behind them in the work that they do. Utah is second in the nation in education, and that is because of the quality teachers that we have here in our state and in our district that are putting in many hours beyond their contract hours because they are there to provide the best education they can for our students. We have incredible teachers, and as I'm in the schools meeting with admin and teachers, it's at a critical time. You're feeling this breaking point. You're not sure if you can continue to sustain this level of work. And as a society, we need to be better about supporting our teachers because they're critical to the foundation of our society. They're not out there pushing an agenda. They went into education because they love teaching and they want to make a difference in the lives of our children. And so we need to continue to support that and to find ways to help take some of it off their plate as they're filling so many demands at this time, and not a lot of respect in our national news currently. Also want to thank CEA for all their support coming out to support the board tonight. And like Karen said, we are here to work together with our teachers and our ESPs because we want to have everybody want to come to Canyons and work here because to be the best district and providing the best education. And if you want to witness pure joy, go to Unified Sports. I had the opportunity to go to the high school competition just this last week, and we've got middle school competition tomorrow. And so it's a great opportunity as adaptive PE teacher. I love being out there with the kids and watching them just have fun playing sports. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Mr. Edel?
So thank you so much to CEA, to CESPA, not just for your support today, but for your support since I've been on the board and for your support since before me in general, right? The work that your associations have done is invaluable. The work that you'll continue to do is invaluable. Supporting our teachers, supporting our support professionals is of the utmost importance to all of us here. I know that we are absolutely dedicated to supporting you because as we support you, we support our students. I appreciate the work that is done in our schools every single day by every single person. I've talked to various people about the different roles that are in schools, and some people have said, I'm only, right? But what I say is, you're only the person who made that child's day great that day. You're only the person who turned that child so that they could pick up that love of reading. You're only the person who made that classroom clean and inviting for the other students, right? Every single person we have in our district is essential. Every single person makes a difference in our students' lives. And I want to say thank you so much. And I am committed to continuing to support you in what you need. And as we move forward, we will continue that dedication to make sure that we're able to listen and that we're able to do what we need to do to take care of you. To the teachers and the parents that came from Granite, I want you to know I hear you. And I really appreciate the time that you've taken tonight to come and to speak with us and to share your concerns. As far as the immediate concerns, I can't speak to that at this moment, but our long-range concerns, I can. So we are looking at long-range options for the district. And at this time, we haven't gotten anywhere, right? We've gotten to the point where we said, we're gonna talk about this, and we've laid out a roadmap, and we've started discussions on here are the schools, here are the numbers. We also discussed that we want this process to be transparent. So we're nowhere right now, and so full transparency, that's where we're at, but we will increase communication on that and make sure that people know not what decisions have been made, but what discussions are happening so that you can be part of the discussion from the beginning, whether you want to provide input or whether you want to be in the know. I've been part of the communities of schools that have merged together. I understand what it's like to feel like you're not given the information because the board hasn't made a decision. And so from all of us on the Long Range Planning Committee, I know that we are absolutely committed to making sure that people don't feel like that and to make sure that people are engaged in the process. In the meantime, I have no doubt that as a board, that as an administration, that we're going to make sure that the schools are taken care of. And so I appreciate people bringing the concerns and continue to talk to us, whether you're going to come to the board meeting, whether you're going to send me an email, whether you're going to send me a text, whether you're going to give me a call. I know, I don't want to speak for everyone else, but I know that my colleagues here feel the exact same way, that we absolutely want to hear from you so that we can help make this district even better.
Okay, Mr. Lewis.
All right. I want to first thank the Granite community for coming and sharing their concerns with us. That was, that's important, I feel like, as a new board member to have people come and tell us what's going on in their community. I feel like that's super important. And just as an elected official, I feel like if we're not hearing directly from our community, what are we doing, right? So I really do appreciate that presence here today. I also wanted to thank the UEA and the CEA for protecting and representing our teachers, as well as advocating for the broader education community up on the Hill. As well as I also want to thank Charlie, Susan, and Kayla and our entire legislative team for their tireless effort that they put into protecting what has been fought for so long and what has been so toughly earned, right? I want to share a story from a second grade teacher, as we're all sharing stories about how important teachers are. In second grade, I was not a very social student. I liked to sit in the class. I memorized maps of the continents and the countries, and my teacher had taken a note of that and took it upon herself to buy me a stack of flag and country books on her own dime, on her own time, and brought them to me and gave them to me. And I remember to this day how I felt. I remember to this day reading all of those books. I still have those books to this day. But that taught me a valuable lesson about how important teachers are. And it's not one that I immediately absorbed either. I was a second grade student. I was like, oh, this teacher is so amazing to me. But as I matured, I gained an appreciation for really what that teacher, what she thought and what she experienced, and then what she did for me. She saw a student who had a passion in something, and she took the time out of her own life and the money out of her own bank account to give this kid something. And that is what a teacher does. And I'm just disappointed with the actions that have been taken by the state government over the last week, and I just wanted to share how important really teachers are for students, and that's an experience that happened to me. So I want to say thank you to our teachers. Teachers, you make everything, so thank you.
Ms. Nybauer.
I also want to thank our teachers. As the late Mont Millerberg always said, the magic happens in the classroom, and that is so true. We cannot ever, I don't think we can ever overestimate the impact that a teacher has on a student and a student's life. And I think all of us here in this room have those teachers that impacted our lives, that inspired us, that helped us, believed in us when we were maybe having a hard time believing in ourselves, or challenged us to be a little more better than what we currently were. So, and I love that story you just shared. That's so awesome. I wanted to read from our strategic plan about our operating systems. In the success criteria, CSD employees are heard and supported in their roles and responsibilities through effective and feasible feedback loops. We have some awesome feedback loops. We have surveys that we do. We have the opportunity for people to come and speak during patron comments. We have listening tours by the superintendent, which is amazing. Not all superintendents do that. However, I think that we do possibly have an ability to grow in our capacity for feedback loops. something I'm very interested in doing, we have a student advisory meeting that we have where once a month, 3 board members rotate through. We have a set agenda and we listen to our students from all 5 comprehensive high schools. And we have different topics we discuss, and we hear their feedback and what the experience is like for them in the classroom. I've floated this idea before in the last few years, but I feel that if ever there was a time, now is the time, especially with legislation concerning the collective bargaining. But how wonderful would it be if we had a teacher council? So once a month, we rotate through the different schools, and we have a set agenda, and teachers can come, and 3 board members are there. We can have not only topics of what we're talking about right now, but hear your feedback, and then also have an opportunity for some open feedback at the end of that meeting. I think that would be so impactful. As I know every board member here, we take time going into our schools and talking to our teachers, but that would also be such an effective use of our time if we could meet with everyone once a month. We would have to rotate through. We have a lot of schools, but this elementary school teacher that's still here from Granite, and maybe this one's also from Granite, but I've definitely spent a lot of time in our elementary schools, and my heart went out to our teachers with our letters and how we could fix that so that it was try to relieve the burden a little bit. I'm grateful we were able to provide a little more teacher planning time, increasing our brain boosters, which is great for kids and great for students and great for teachers. But I think that would be such a wonderful way to have an extra feedback loop. Had a great time this last week going and attending Unified Basketball at Corner Canyon. I wasn't able to be there for like all the pictures and the opening ceremonies, which was fine by me because it wasn't a good hair day anyway, but I was at work, but I was able to sneak in and see the kids playing. I love that environment. I love seeing the inclusion and the magic that happens. It's super awesome. I also appreciated being able to do some little hand deliveries of some Valentines to the administrators of the schools I represent. So very, very grateful for our amazing administrators, and just wanted to publicly acknowledge again how awesome it is that on our employee survey that teachers are reporting a very significant growth percentage of feeling that administrators are there for them when they need additional support. So congratulations to our administrators on that. And very grateful to be part of this school district. And I also want to say a big thank you to Susan and Charlie and everyone there that helps up on Capitol Hill with our legislators. And then lastly, a big thank you to Dr. McGill. Thank you so much. When we came to you with concerns with parents in the community, he is amazing. He's got an amazing work ethic, very, very busy that day. He had his red shoe stuff going on Friday, and yet he got right on it and got all the information. And just really appreciate his level of transparency and his communication, and how important it is for him as well to bring everyone to the table. So really appreciate that. And that's all for tonight. Thanks.
All right, thank you everyone for your comments. I'm going to try and make this abbreviated and short because I'm trying to honor Amber. By the way, thank you for everyone's patience with me tonight. I am not very well versed in doing this, and everyone was extraordinarily patient and supportive. So thank you. I just want to give a shout out again to Susan and Charlie. They've had a really tough job up at the legislature, and they really did advocate hard against 267 and are as disappointed as anybody about the outcome of that. I am so grateful for our teachers. I'm so grateful for those of you who came and spoke to us and your community. I'm so impressed by Granite Elementary's community, and no wonder they feel so loyal to it. It's a really amazing group of people. And to Andrew's point, yes, this is something we are looking at, and I appreciate the candidness that was shared about if this doesn't work numbers wise, let's look at combining communities. I think that is always a fear that board members have about closing a school or changing some of those things. But if it is the best thing that needs to be done, that's helpful for us to hear from the community on that. So thank you so much. I just want to give a shout out to all of the arts events that are happening in the district. I mean, it's funny, you turn around and you walk away from musical season in November, and then you turn around and there's Christmas concerts, and now we have a whole host of other things going on. Alta High School this week is featuring a play called Metamorphoses that is based off a classic Ovid poem. And it sounds like it's going to be amazing. They have a few different showings of it this week, and I highly recommend. Their theater department is awesome. Tomorrow night, Corner Canyon has their annual concerto night at 7 p.m. And thanks to Justin and his crew, CSD TV will be broadcasting that for anyone who can't make it in person. And then on the 26th, Alta will have its own concerto night at 7 p.m. So I look forward to participating and attending those and hearing all of the amazing student talent. And this also brings me to, I want to thank the communications department. There is a lot that goes on in our district. A lot. I mean, I can barely keep track of what's happening in my own schools, but you guys are really phenomenal at keeping us apprised at all of the things. And every time I take a glance at all of the things happening in the different corners of the district, I'm very grateful for you. So thank you. And with that, the business of the board has been completed for the evening, and I call this meeting adjourned.